have a seat. It is now 10 o'clock. I call this budget hearing into order. Before we begin, I just want to introduce the members of the Ways and Means Committee. Starting from my far left, we have the floor leader, Ralph Humel. To his right is Representative Selena Babalta, the chairwoman of Judiciary and Governmental Operations. Next to her, we have Representative Patrick St. Nicholas, representing the island of Tinian. Next to him, we have Representative Edwin Probst. He is the chair of gaming. And then we have Representative Christina Sablon, the chairwoman of Health and Welfare. I am the chair for Ways and Means, Donald Malonia. And then we have the vice chair and minority leader, Representative Ivan Blanco. To his right, Representative Sheila Babalta, the chairwoman for Natural Resources. And then sitting in this meeting, we have the vice speaker, Representative Blas Jonathan Attal. And then we have Representative Richard Lizama, the chair for PUTC. Joining us in just a short moment is Representative Denita Yanktimai. She is the chairwoman for Commerce and Tourism. And absent today, and please mark him as excused, is Representative Vicente Camacho, the chairman for Federal and Foreign Affairs. My apologies. And to my far right, Representative Leila Staffler, chairwoman for Education. And then with us today are the LB staff. We have our fiscal analyst, Dave Demapan, our legislative assistant, Ms. Claire Sablon, and then to her right, our legal counsel, Joe Tyrone, and our Sergeant-at-Arms, Sergeant Pete Tuwai, and Terlahi. All right, good morning, members. With 10 members present, this constitutes a quorum. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Motion has been adopted by Rep. Sablon, seconded by Rep. Lizama. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries. The agenda is hereby adopted. Good morning, members. Good morning, Mayor Efren Atalik.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, in the span of 2 days, we'll be conducting a series of budget hearings for all departments and agencies. Today, we are going to tackle the Mayor's Office, the Municipal Council, Department of Finance, Department of Commerce, and the Department of Labor. And then tomorrow will be the 5 remaining. With us today, if any of the members or any of the agencies have questions, is Special Assistant for Office and Management and Budget, Ms. Virginia Villagomez. Welcome. And so with that, please keep in mind for any of the resident department heads that are currently present today. In assessing the budget, we have the governor's proposal under the general fund, and then we have the governor's proposal of the American Rescue Plan, and then we have the combination of those. Now, while we do not have authority over the American Rescue Plan, we do have a bill that's in the Senate that would require legislative approval. But while that hasn't passed the Senate, we are going to take a look at the American Rescue Plan and provide our recommendation and proposal to the governor on some of these funds and how we feel they should be spent. So if you have any recommendations or anything else to add, please feel free to share that with us, and then we'll certainly include that in the plan. So with that, members, anyone else would like anything to say? All right, if there are none, good morning again, Honorable Mayor Efren Atalik. I now open the floor to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Donald Malonia, and distinguished and honorable committee members, which is a very important committee, Ways and Means. As I look at the proposal from the governor's office, in our offices and the ARP, we came to the conclusion, just to make it simple, that we all agree to the submissions of the governor and the ARP. So I'm not sure if there's anything that we or that you people can give us as we ask, or if we should ask. But I'm telling you right now that we, the directors, agree with the submissions from the governor and the ARPs.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I now open the floor to any of the members if they would like to ask any questions.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. My name is Sheila Babauta, representative from Precinct 4, and also chairwoman for the Natural Resources Committee. Just for the members' indulgence, many of us, this is our first time conducting a budget hearing on Rota, and so we are very excited to hear from your office, hear about the programs that you have in place, your personnel, challenges, barriers that your office faces, COVID-19 implementation of guidelines, how you have managed to keep your staff on, keep programs going through the pandemic, and also if you can share how your office has responded to that. This would be a very good time, and that's something I'd like to ask you to do. In addition to your statement of supporting the governor's proposed budget for the office of the mayor of Rota, can you share what the office of the mayor is all about, your priorities for 2022, since we are here to speak of the 2022 budget? And then if you would like to share any of the impact for your 2021 budget that has currently been impacted, right? We are analyzing the ARPA funds, the American Rescue funding, that will also be available for your 2021 budget. So now would be the opportune time for you to share with us and with the community on activities from the Office of the Mayor of Rota.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I believe this is your second time to Rota, right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for coming for the second time. So, to the COVID-19 issue, as far as I'm concerned, I respectfully, I respect the decisions from the task force. I know that some of the communities here, like asking me, when can we open the travel to Guam? And I responded with that I am not a doctor, and I believe politicians have no business telling their constituent when can they go to Guam. Yes, I will leave that up to the doctor's decision. As far as the programs here on Rota, we are working with the governor's office through the budgets. I know the budgets are really low now, but we are having a multitasking, we perform that so that we can complete or accomplish the stated goals that we have, and that's to serve our community as best as we can. So I thank the governor's office for their help, and also to the legislatures like you guys. In addition to that, we have programs for the youth to make them active, because as we lock down our communities here, I noticed there's a level of stress, and the activities that we have will minimize those stress for our young folks here on the island. So that's the programs that we have. As far as tourists is concerned, again, we work with the governor's office. Although the budget level is low, but we're doing our best to clean up, renovate, and build a new tourist attraction for our tourists here on the island.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Mayor. I think it's very important that you, as Mayor of Rota, share what your priorities are and what they have been, because your office, according to our budget, does represent the most employed on the island of Rota, right? So right now, the number of positions is almost double that of any other agency, including the police, defense, agriculture, finance. The office of the mayor has almost double the number of employees. So, with that kind of budget, with that kind of responsibility that you are taking a hold of for the island of Rota, I think it's just important that we understand what programs and what priorities your office has. So thank you for sharing your priorities for the youth and, tourist attractions. But since you do employ the most number of people on the island of Rota, what are some of the challenges that you have faced in the past year, and how are you looking to, fund them or address that with this upcoming budget? Since the upcoming budget, you are looking at receiving more than what you have requested, and that is, largely in part to the ARPA funding. You are looking to receive more than what you submitted. So how will you use that funding now that you have more?
Well, thank you for that question. As you know, we are in a COVID-19 situation, and my idea is to hire as much people as we can because of the unemployment here have increased, and therefore I would like to use that funds for our people here to work. And having these people, I would MOU them to the departments that needed them. So I'm all for employment here on the island of Rota.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that we're all for employment in the entire CNMI. What we are trying to at least, ensure is that when we do have positions open and available, that the productivity level does increase, that the priorities are being carried out. And so thank you for sharing that. Mr. Chairman, thank you for my time. I yield at this moment to have the floor open to other members. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Mayor, while the governor gave you more than what the municipality had requested, there are several items that were underfunded, and significant of those are the Revenue and Tax Office and the Rota Police. And I understand that's the bulk of it is in their personnel. How are we to address these two areas?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Well, let's take the police. When we analyzed that yesterday and this morning, we found out that there are errors in that inputting on their personnel. And so we have corrected that, and we will submit that correction to the governor and, of course, to you guys. As far as I'm concerned, if you look at the analysis, I don't know if you guys have a copy of the analysis. It says here that the municipality of Rota would have a 1.3 million 1.3 million or over. So all the negative, the red ink that you see on your list, if you total that up, we are looking at 606,000. So we're gonna minus that from the 1.3 thousand, and we will have 743,000. So I'm saying that we will operate on a balanced budget based on this analysis.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Look forward to that revision to be resubmitted. My final question has to do with the road. When you're coming from the airport, I'm starting to see cracks on your beautiful, beautiful road. And if they're not addressed, give it a few more months, there will be potholes. And I wanted to bring that up because I understand some of the ARPA funds will be given to the municipalities. Will you be using some of the funds for maybe resurfacing?
Yeah, yes, of course. At this moment, we're gathering data as to what we need here in the island and forward it to the governor to include on his expenditure plan. But yes, we, as a matter of fact, last week, we have forwarded or rather I signed the contract for the resurfacing of these main roads. So I'm hoping that maybe in a couple of weeks we can see movement on the repair of these roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. That's good news for us to know, as well as the people of Rota. Mr. Chairman, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The floor is now open. I recognize Rep. Selena Babauta.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor. I'm curious, how many employees of the municipality of Rota were furloughed since March of 2020? Have they all been recalled? Is the municipality back on 80 hours as the governor's directive was issued? Can we start with how many employees were furloughed?
About 22. And yes, they are all recalled and all back on 80 hours.
Okay, thank you. During the start of the pandemic, when you had to furlough 20 people, how was the municipality able to carry out their constitutionally mandated duties? How did it affect the municipality of Rota as a whole?
Well, you know, of course, they all being affected negatively. And I instituted, I have asked the employees to allow the multitasking because we are now at a reduced manpower. So fortunately, they did that. And fortunately, the governor put in place the recall and the 80 hours.
Thank you. With respect to the departments, during the furlough period, were they still able to carry out their duties, like you said, because of multitasking? And how well did any function of any department shut down as a result of these furlough of the 20 employees, or did the municipality still was able to carry out all of their duties? Were there any departments or divisions that were shut down as a result?
There's none shut down. However, it impacted negatively on the services. It got slowed down. No, but yes, it impacted, but none of them or none of the departments shut down.
And last question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. How much of the CARES Act funds was reprogrammed to the municipalities since March of 2020? How much of federal funds that have come in as a result of the pandemic benefits, how much was the municipality of Rota able to realize from that?
About 700,000.
Thank you. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rep. Abalta. I now pass the mic to Rep. Lozano.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Mayor. Good morning and welcome to Rota. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. You have a significant increase of personnel, 29%, and you also have operation of 62% increase. Do you include the safety or hazardous pay for some, for example, the fire department? I believe one time maybe they're not getting their hazardous pay. Are these included or can you understand? No, they're not included. I believe the administration covers for that. And of course, you can use the American Rescue Plan to cover what was not paid in the past. Yeah, is that possible? Sure. Okay, good. And I'd like to have these people know that you are going to pay them. Yes. Thank you. And as far as the travel that you just mentioned, and maybe perhaps you tell your people that, hey, you have to travel to Saipan, and that's where you take your flight to go. And of course, when you return back, you have to have 4 days, 5 days of, what do you call it, quarantine. We don't tell them that they can't travel abroad. We have availability that they just have to go to a different route. Isn't that? Yes. Mr. Mayor? Thank you. Yes. I yield back. Thank you. You answered my question.
Thank you, Rep. Lozano. The floor is now open for any other member.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, everyone in attendance. Thank you so much for inviting us to your beautiful, incredible island. We are so happy to be here. I continue to be in awe of how clean and beautiful the island of Rota is. It is just breathtaking.
That's the work of all these people that I've hired.
They are all doing incredible work. I just want to say that, and they all should be commended. It's been it's reminiscent of Saipan back in the 70s. Yes, I am that old, but you know, it's just very clean and pristine, and I just want to give you kudos for all of that. I did want to ask with regard to I looked at the personnel, and I noticed that Parks and Recreation only has 4 employees. So obviously, the Parks and Rec, they are able to function with only 4 employees, or do they work alongside with the mayor, with your office?
Yes, that's exactly what's happening. And as a matter of fact, we submitted a personal action to add 1 more staff.
For Parks and Rec?
Parks and Rec.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because with the name Parks and Rec, you would think that, you know, that's the responsibility of Parks and Rec, but I guess the mayor's office is the backbone, really, of keeping the island the way it looks and its cleanliness. Okay, I just wanted that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I yield, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Probst. I just have a few questions. So, last legislature, we had a joint session here in Rota to approve the extension of the mobile lease agreement. Has any of have they lived up to their agreement in terms of what they're going to provide the municipality? Or if not, what's going on with that process?
They're in the process, yes, they are in the process at this point to give us the benefits of that extension.
So that hasn't been finalized?
It hasn't been finalized.
Have you already started working with NVA, knowing that they'll be receiving a bulk of the ARPA funds to boost tourism? Have you been working with NVA? And if so,
Yes, my office has been working with the MBA here. As you know that I hired some people, so I gave them some people to execute the plans that we together partner up to work for the tourism industry. Yes.
and while we're in the subject of MVA, with them getting some of their funds returned back by Department of Finance, how much in hotel occupancy tax is owed to the municipality?
At this point, there's like over 300,000.
Have you followed up with that 300,000?
Yes, I have asked them not to forget about that.
But any word as to when you might be expecting some of those funds?
No, I have not gotten any date, but I was assured that the payment will be made.
Thank you. The next question I have is actually for Ms. Villagomez from OMB. Do we have a figure for the municipality how much of WGI will be applied?
I worked on the calculation this week, but I did not sort it out by municipalities.
We are rising back into our budget hearing. And so I have with me through email is the special assistance calculations for the within grade increase. I will share that with the members, but Ms. Villagomez, do you have anything you want to add? Okay, I'll share that with the members, and then the next time we do have our budget hearing where Ms. Villagomez will be available, please share your questions then. In the meantime, Rep. Sheila, did you want to add any last minute? Do you have any questions you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we move into discussing the within grade increases, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask you a question or a series of questions to better understand the structure of questioning for today. And so, can you explain the relationship that you have with the resident directors on Rota? Given the fact that, the analysis that we have here does list a number of departments that are underfunded and a number of positions that have been reduced in certain departments, are those questions that we should save for the resident directors to answer, or are those questions that we should direct to you?
Thank you for the question. Your question about relationship, we do have a great relationship, and I've always tell them that my office is always open to help them, whether it's financially or anything other than financially. But you're talking about the deficits, right? And the number of positions reduced. I am here, I always tell them, I'm here to help them with their financial, and of course the number of personnel. But yes, I will definitely help them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in regards to, let's say the police department being underfunded over 500,000, procurement and supply, customs, personnel for fish and
Yeah, like I said
wildlife,
on the
we should
outset,
go
yeah.
ahead and wait for the resident directors. My questions really my questions want to address what the departments will do, how they will respond to the decrease in funding and where their priorities will shift, you know?
Oh yeah, you can ask them that to get, I guess, direct answer.
Okay.
I'm just telling you now that whatever issue that they have with the finances, my office is ready to cover for those deficits. And back to the Department of Safety, like I said on the outset, that we need to correct those figures because we found out that that's not correct. I believe there's like 160 something, not 516. So in the Department of Finance, we realize as well that the defined benefit had been carried on by the former director's salary, and so that's not really in there.
Okay.
It was just a typo.
So clarified. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So again, you can go ahead and ask each individual director, if you will, but I'm just here to answer your general question.
Okay, thank you for that. I will save my questions for when we meet with the resident directors. And lastly, the responsibilities and duties of a mayor, the mayor of Tinian Rota, Anagigan, Saipan, and the Northern Islands, includes a quarterly report being submitted to the governor relating to programs and services carried out by the mayor's office. Is that something that you complete on a quarterly basis?
I'm sorry to tell you that not exactly, not every quarter, but yes, I have.
Okay. I'm
But,
also reading from our, my constitution,
Yes.
section 3, under responsibilities and duties of the mayor. So when was the last time your quarterly report was submitted to the governor?
Last quarter?
Okay. And so, that is something that will be available through the mayor's office? Through requests from the mayor's office?
Yes, or the governor's office.
With the governor's office. Okay, great. Thank you. And part of your duty as a mayor is to investigate complaints and conduct public hearings in regards to government operations, local matters, hearing from your residents, your employees, staff, on some issues and concerns regarding the Rota Island and community. Have you held any public hearings recently?
Yes, I have.
And what were the topics discussed?
It's about the labor and the CWs, it's that issue.
Okay, so lack of labor for construction purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And have you received any complaints to the office of the mayor?
No, I have not.
Okay. Thank you. That is all the questions I have at this moment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you, Rep. Abalta. If there are no other questions, at this time, I would like to thank you, Honorable Mayor Atalik, and your office for being here today and presenting to the members of the committee your priorities.
Thank you.
One thing that, just to recap, so the committee will be expecting 2 reports. One is your proposed request for the spending plan for the American Rescue Plan.
Correct.
And as well as the cost breakdown for the Rota liaison on Saipan, how much it costs to run
Yes.
that program on Saipan.
Correct. That will be provided to you.
Okay, and so with that, Mayor, we are approaching, or it's already 11:02. Are there any last remarks that you would like to give the members?
Just to thank you guys for coming to Rota and hearing our, concerns and, of course, the budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, we will now be moving on to the municipal council. And so we will give them a few minutes to make their way inside, and so Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do see the chairman coming up, so we'll give them time to set up. Short recess. Members, we will now rise back into the hearing. With us next, we have the Rota Municipal Council, and I'll leave that to the chairman to introduce himself as well as provide any opening remarks.
Okay, for the record, my name is Jim Michael Atalik. I'm the chairman for the 18th RMC. And I would like to welcome everyone, Chairman Donald, and the rest of the members. Thank you. Welcome to Rota.
Thank you, Chairman Jim Attig. So we just received a copy of your request. Members, I have with me a copy of the council's request. And maybe Chairman Attig, if you can just quickly go through your request, maybe identify or justify your request if it is not included in the proposed budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, the personnel. Currently, the Rota 18 RMC, we're obligated with projects and public services that requires a total of 13 full-time employees, FTEs. Presently, we have only 3 FTEs under the 1066O and 1066B and 1066Q. There's a total of 10 positions that were not funded. Our current budget for the personnel currently is 188,298. Presently have a total of 9 MU from the Mayor's office under the CARES Act. So I'm asking if there's any way that get additional 200,000 to have these 9 employees under the municipal council.
Okay, so just to be clear, you currently have 3 staff under RMC. You have 9 staff that are being funded under the CARES Act through the mayor's office that was assigned to the RMC. And
Correct.
you are asking to transition them?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
When does the CARES Act for these 9 FTEs expire?
I believe September.
Okay, and the rest of your lists aren't highlighted. I'm assuming, and looking at the numbers, they are what the council had requested and was awarded by the the governor's proposal. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and please explain. You have another section that was highlighted. And please,
That's the percent of 64580. We're requesting additional 60,000 to purchase 2 vehicles for the 18 RMC, the daily operations. Currently, my staff right now, they're just using their own personal vehicles to provide service to our community. And as far as safety issues, we have to have our own vehicles to provide service to our community.
do you know when's the last time the council had received any such vehicle?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not too sure, but maybe 5 or 6 administrations passed, and the RMC don't have any vehicle to provide service.
Okay, and please explain to the members what are some of the projects and activities that the council is working on that would require the vehicles?
Right now, I'm working closely with the mayor and other departments. It's MVA. If you guys know that you're understaffed, PSS in Rota has only one maintenance, so we're helping them, with their grounds. Manamco Center, we're helping them too, and DPW. With some of our roads here, the vegetation will grow up, so we're going out there and assisting them at the same time. And MBA are other sites, Chairman.
Chairman Jim, how much right now does the council have currently to run its operations this fiscal year? Is that something that you have?
We have the 336, right?
For the entire fiscal year?
Yes, correct.
Are you being subsidized through other funding?
No.
You don't have, do you have any CARES Act for operations?
No.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I yield for now. Members, do you have any questions? I recognize Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Natalie, good morning.
Good morning, Vice Chairman.
So for your vehicle, you're proposing a $60,000 for how many vehicles?
2 vehicles, Mr. Vice Chairman.
And in the governor's proposal, it's showing 0. But under the American Rescue Plan, there's about $5,000 allocated for a vehicle. Other vehicles that cost $5,000.
That 5,000, I believe that's for the looping area.
Oh, okay, just for the, so, but do you have any vehicles right now?
No.
So what are we losing?
Personal vehicles right now.
Oh,
It's not safe for our staff.
okay, just a general question. So your proposal is $470,000, but the governor's proposal, general fund and the ARP is at $337,000. And I'm looking at a $134,000 difference.
I believe trying to make all the staff about 20,000 each.
So, but there will be a shortfall from your proposal of 134.
Yes.
How will we be able to operate with that much? That's a significant amount from what you propose. Will you be able to function?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The floor is now open. So just to recap, I recognize Rep. Abalta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Antalik, thank you for being here with us today. We are very happy to hear, some of the projects that the Rota Municipal Council is conducting, and I'm glad my colleagues here have brought up concerns about, your vehicles and then your staff wage increases, right? Those are some of the priorities that you've mentioned. So according to the budget analysis here, can you talk to us about your location? Do you have a physical office location for the Rota Municipal Council?
Yes, right now currently we're at the old Rota High School at the Diesel area.
Do you pay rent on the facility?
No.
Okay, so no rent there. Right now your budget has listed 0 for office space, There's 0 for printing and photocopying. There's 0 for advertising, 0 for cleaning services. And so are these responsibilities, how are they being paid for? Since you are not paying rent, as you said, cleaning services, photocopying services, just basic functions of an office, how is that being funded?
Being under the municipality, the mayor.
Okay, and so do you submit a request to the mayor's office every month for a budget, or do you request for reimbursements at the end of the month?
I don't know right now, but I'll get paid.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to go over some of just the details of the Rota Municipal Council. So right now, there are how many members on the council?
3 members?
3 members. So all positions are filled?
Yes, the load of 3 filled right now.
Okay, great. And so what is in your opinion, what is the overall mission of the Rota Municipal Council?
Our mission right now is to go out and assist, especially our tourist sites right now, that all the grass road, vegetation of road, and as well as assisting the school or Manangko.
Okay, so those are some of the priority
Yes,
programs
yes.
for the municipal council. Okay. I see. And so right now, so your office department's request was at 190,000. The governor's proposal, including ARPA funding, will bring it up to over $337,000, just like was mentioned before. And so with that funding, will you prioritize the increase in salary? Is that?
Yes, yes.
So that's over $140,000 for the office to run. Will you be hiring more than 13?
No.
Okay, so we will be keeping it at 13?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being with us today. Your input is greatly appreciated and valuable. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Bonta. Any other members? I recognize Representative Stafford.
Thank you, Chairman Antalik, for joining us here today and telling us about the plans you have. And I want to thank you for helping the public school system with the yard work. I see you have a lot of fuel budgeted, and so I assume that's for all of the extra yard and MDA support that you guys do. Awesome. I noticed that you have $20,000 allocated or budgeted for machines, tools, and equipment. What kind of things are you planning on buying?
Currently, the municipal council, we have only one bush cutter that's working. The rest are, it's not in service. We're looking at getting bush cutters, chainsaws, riding mowers, and other equipment to utilize for our operations.
So you guys have one bush cutter?
Only one bush cutter, and our staff, they bring their own bush cutter.
So that was my next question. If your staff are bringing their equipment to?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for all of your commitment and your staff's commitment to beautifying our island. I'm very happy to see that you're going to buy the equipment and that you're also planning to buy the vehicles so that the wear and tear will be on the municipality and not the people who are doing the work.
That's correct.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Rep. Stafford. Any other members? All right, if not, again, just to recap, Chairman Jim, your total request that you submitted today to the committee includes amounts that were already awarded through the governor's proposal, but the additional funds that you are requesting are to transition 10 FTEs that are currently being funded under the CARES Act into the Rota Municipal Council at $20,000 per employee, and then you are requesting an additional $60,000 for the purchase of 2 vehicles.
That's correct.
Okay, with that, the committee will take that under advisement. At this time, Chairman Atalik, do you have any closing remarks that you would like to give?
No, but I would like to thank everybody and welcome them to Rota.
Thank you from the Rota Municipal Council. Just before we recess for lunch, I do want to remind the members that we do have the special assistant for OMB here for joining us today. She will not be here tomorrow. So if you have any questions pertaining to any of the departments that will be calling in tomorrow, please reach out to her before she leaves. And so with that, members, thank you again, Chairman Jim, and thank you to the Mayor of Rota. We will now recess until 1 o'clock for the Department of Finance.
No, they do that anyway. They wait luggage and it's like, or carry on the PT, don't have to. They're in, that's how it's.
Already, okay. Let me start off with just asking a couple of follow-up questions. In regards, I know you stated that you're going to submit a revised budget. Do you have the amount of how much you need for office rental?
Yes, I do. Sorry. I will be needing $36,000
For the entire year?
for the entire year, yes.
Are there any plans to find a more permanent place?
Yes, you know, we really would like to have a building constructed for the permanent home of the Department of Finance. I feel bad to ask for that at this moment, knowing our financial situation. But that is something that I hope will happen for the department in the next few years. This department has been moved more than any other department. Excuse me if I sound emotional. So having something more permanent for them would be the best thing for this department.
Has this been brought up to the mayor in terms of trying to get this ARPA funds?
I did share with the mayor and the Secretary of Finance the idea and the plan for it. And in as much as they support it, of course, the question of where is the money going to come from? A building here on Rota is not going to cost just $1 million. You know, we have to import a lot of the material, and that is very costly here. So with all those questions still up in the air, where are we going to get the aggregate? Where are we going to get the building blocks? Do we have enough cement here on the island? It would be very irresponsible and selfish of me to ask for that at this moment. But yes, the mayor does support it, as well as the Secretary of Finance. The plans are in the works. It's just, when is the responsible, realistic, and right time to put that into effect? If you guys are able to give me that, I could leave my term feeling like I did something.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm seeing that under the Rev and Tax Division. There's a shortfall of around 50,000. That's inclusive of the ARPA funds that was proposed. I know you mentioned that you do plan to give raises to these staff, so how much of this will be the raise and how many more FTEs are you looking for?
That shortfall is the salary for the new FTEs that I had requested for. And that is the tax tech 3 and the enforcement officer. So that is what that shortfall is. Everybody else, once those two staff members get promoted, I'm hoping that everyone under that would go up as well to occupy their former positions. Because the staff of revenue and tax have been there without a raise or a promotion, some of them for over 10 years. But yet they are expected to perform the same duties and provide the same public service as every other island. And the highest position that we have in there is a tax tech 2 with over 10 years of service. And that salary that they're working with, you cannot sustainably live on Rota with that salary. So if there's anything that you guys can do to change the salary range of that division, we would really appreciate that. That's to make it a lot more competitive, because it is a revenue generating division. It is an enforcement division. And it just is really unfair that we are asking them to do the work that they do at such a very low salary.
Okay, and just one more for now. Under customs, you stated you had 6 funded through the municipality and then 2 from Saipan. Is there a reason why these 2 are funded from Saipan, and is there a shortfall on the current number of customs and officers that you have now? Is there a need for more? Or are they accumulating overtime hours?
They are, the updated regulation states that there needs to be 2 customs inspectors at every port. We have 3, but we also, we have the central office as well. So they do incur a lot of overtime because there is only that many of them. I requested to have 2 more new FTEs, but with the merger of the 4 quarantine coming in, that fixes that problem.
Thank you, Artie. I yield for now. The floor is now open. I recognize Representative.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all your testimony. And only you come here and ask for help. We've been through the pandemic. And as I come into this building, at one point in time, this building was closed. There was no circulation. So I looked at it and said, doesn't this building need a job? Those are the things that affect us during the day. So that recovery or rescue plan should be used for this purpose. And I know that you have what's called wear and tear. Have you included vehicles that you have? How old is your vehicles right now? May I ask you?
We have 2, and they both belong to the customs services. We're giving customs takes one of the trucks, and then we use the sedan here for the administration, the accounting, and the revenue and tax uses.
So do you in need?
We are in need, and we did request. The mayor is going to assist us with whatever shortfalls, especially in regards to the vehicle.
Sure. And that's one of the things that this we call the plan could be used for. I'm just saying, that, yes, you're in definitely need of help. And so we thank you for coming up here and saying it out. And not afraid to tell us. Thank you. You're right.
Thank you, Rep. Lama. Up next, Rep. Rota.
I thought it's probably coffee. I have to get her a new one. Director Holbrook, thank you for coming in today, and thank you for welcoming us to your beautiful island of Rota. We're so happy to be here. And of course, thank you for all you do. We're really grateful. The challenges that you have, and I have no doubt that you should have a new building. I was just wondering if you looked into the possibility of using an existing building and retrofitting it or something like that with regard to cost, rather than doing brick and mortar, starting from the ground up. We've seen, just driving around, we've seen some buildings. I don't know if it'd be adequate size for you, but has that option been explored to utilize an existing building and then to find, something that would work for your department? Thank you.
I just need to say this, okay? We're not complaining about the space that we're in. We're very grateful for it, but it's just not adequate. The community of Rota is going to be one of the most resilient that you will ever meet. We make do with what we have. Yes, we have explored existing buildings, but unfortunately there is not enough space at the Rota High School where the other departments are. The only available one is on the second floor, and that is not going to work for ADA compliance. So the next best thing we had was to move over to NMC. That way the funding will go into the college. We've tried checking buildings, as you say, there's many vacant here. But sometimes, especially with federal, the looming of the federal funds coming in, they want to raise the prices. And I cannot ask, the mayor or the secretary of finance or the governor or even yourselves to give me the $10,000 that some of them are asking for. So we're looking for something reasonable. And two of them, so far has submitted in something that is closer to 3,000 and under. So we're not looking for luxury. We really aren't. We're just looking for a space to work, that these people can have pride in coming to work and knowing that they have a permanent home. So that's the reason why we wanted a building. There isn't a municipal building that is available, and the ones that are just in really bad states. So renting is the short-term plan. Building a new building is the long-term. And we're hoping to at least work from there. Otherwise, we will still be here. But the services and the jobs that these guys do will continue, and they will be rendered, irregardless of where we are.
Thank you for the clarification, Director. Thank you. Chairman, are you?
The floor is now open for any members. I recognize Rep. Stafford.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome, and thank you or thank you for welcoming us. I want to commend you for wanting to invest in the professional development of your staff. I was actually really curious, how long have you been operating with trainings?
Well, I just got on board last year, October. And we've been very blessed that the MOU from Saipan was able to be here to train our revenue and tax people. We have also availed to online training, and between the mayor and the Secretary of Finance, they fund all the travel and the expenses to have the staff of the department trained. As a matter of fact, next week, the mayor will be flying out revenue and tax enforcers to get trained on, how to deal with the poker establishments and all else. So I really can't take any credit. These guys do all the work. I'm just here to support them.
Thank you. So prior to your coming on board, the trainees, because what you had said is that, you had trainees, but you didn't have the next level, so you wanted to get people out of the training category, is what I'm understanding. Is that right?
We have trainees, and they've been doing the work of beyond the training. So we need them promoted.
Thank you, I
Thank you, Rep. Stanford. Any other members? I recognize Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Ms. Director Hochul. I want to follow up on Representative Stafford's question. You mentioned the need for professional development, and you mentioned the training that has been provided thus far. Could you elaborate on what additional training you hope for your staff coming up, and what types of resources would you need for that?
Well, each division has different needs. Our accounting division, the financial services division, accounting and financial tools, they're outdated all the time. So we need them to make sure that they're up to date with the changing trends. A lot of those we're very fortunate that we can avail to them online, but there are some that require our accounting manager to be physically on site, just to assure that Rota is not forgotten at the table. And that is very important to me, because at this time and age where we try to say that the convenience of an online meeting is something that is a cost saver, it works negatively for us, because you cannot physically connect with someone you are not physically present with. So a lot of times, they get forgotten because the other members are physically talking to each other. They forget that somebody is on Zoom. The problem with those kinds of trainings is people, culturally, we don't really ask questions. So adding technology in that is foreign to us makes it more intimidating. But if they were physically there and able to bring in our contribution and put a face to what it is the Rota needs, then it makes it more beneficial and advantageous for us. The procurement, they're going to be changing the systems for it. I don't also want to have the same happen to them, where they get it online because it's free and it's more convenient, and then they miss out because connection issues, and they didn't hear the instructions too well. A lot of times hands-on is a lot better. So I would like them to be able to travel to Saipan and be present for that. Because Rota's needs is never going to be the same as Saipan's needs. How we operate here is totally different from how the central government in Saipan operates. For every employee here, they do the job of about 3 people, but they get paid 1 position. And they expect that we provide the same service and have the same results. And, everything expected of one employee in Saipan is expected of us here. So we would just like to also be included on those things. Revenue and tax, like I said, they've been getting their tax training and it's been working out. But we need training, we need them to be passported in order to go out and have an authority behind the enforcement. That's in place of a badge, is what I was told. And they need to train our enforcement trainee. Because that person has been working here for so long with that title but never had anything behind it. Custom services, they always need to have, they always have updated trainings. So, there's a lot. And I can't meet them at this moment.
Yeah, so at this point, the training is available in the Commonwealth. The resources you need would be to get your staff out to Saipan.
It doesn't have to be every single training.
Sure.
Right? Just the critical, crucial ones that really, really matter to the job.
Yeah, and your staff has been included in the CNMI Department of Finance's transition to this new financial management system?
Yes, the secretary is going to include them in all of it. And the mayor subsidizes our department a lot. From travel to supplies to everything we need to operate.
So can I just have a couple more questions, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of money coming in, with these stimulus packages, and the issuance of stimulus checks, child tax credits, and there's been a lot more work for the divisions of revenue and taxation across the Commonwealth. And I guess I wanted to ask you, did you see, did you have the staff, the manpower adequate to meet that kind of increased demand here?
Well, they got the job done. So whether to say they are adequately staffed is hard to say. They work overtime. We close the window at 1 o'clock so that they can catch up on their end of day duties. They can consolidate their stuff. And they work after work. They work during their lunch. And they work very hard. What one person does at revenue and tax probably takes 2 or 3 people at the other islands. So that's why I said it's hard to answer your question. Do I believe we are adequately staffed? No. Are these women capable to run it by themselves? They showed that the answer is yes. But is it fair? No. If they're expected to perform like that, then they should be justly compensated.
Thank you for that. My last question is about the K-9 program. You mentioned wanting the funding to bring that back to Rota, and could you explain what happened to that program, that it was, I guess, disbanded or suspended here, and how much money are we talking to reinstate the program here?
I'm sorry, I can't answer you as to what happened to it. That was way before my time. So I don't even want to dare give you any background information on that because it'll probably not be accurate. The figure that we were looking at for the K-9 program is into like the 250,000 because the officer K-9 is not cheap. That requires the FTE of the handler as well as training for both officers. Then there's the maintenance of that K-9 officer. That's the meals, the shots, as well as, we have to update the facility that is located up there at the airport. There is one in existing, but It is not up to par. We need to raise the fence on that. We need to have a covered shelter for it to exercise. There needs to be AC in there for the dog. So it's a lot of stuff that goes into that program, and we are well aware of that. I know sometimes the argument might be that Rota does not have a drug problem. There's a reason why we don't have a drug problem, because we try to keep it out of here. We want that canine program here so it stays out of here. Do we have drugs on Rota? Yes. But is it the same as Saipan? No. But I rather, and maybe I'm saying this because it's not my money, but I rather that we spend money on a canine program that keeps drugs out of Rota than for a small amount of the drugs to come in and then it ends up in my home, consumed by my child. So whether or not they find that, you guys find that worth it, is up to you. But that's what it means, and it's worth to us here on the road.
Thank you, Representative. Going back to the K-9 program, I mean, I read in the paper that at least with the U.S. Postal Service and Saipan, customs officers have been intercepting these drugs. Do you know if any of our mail maybe goes through some kind of inspection before coming to Rota? And if not, have we ever intercepted any drugs through the mail?
If you were to visit the post office, you will see customs inspectors in the lobby. They are there every day, whether or not there is drugs to be found. They do inspect, so active inspection does happen. I'm not sure if I should answer about whether or not drugs are intercepted here. I'd probably feel more comfortable if you guys had call our customs inspector who takes care of that program. I don't want to divulge information that I should not be giving. So if you guys like, I could check with our customs OIC to see whether that's something that they can do. I hope you guys can understand.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. If you can provide any information to the committee, we'd appreciate it. And one more thing that I have on here, do you currently have MOU?
MOU from where,
From
sir?
the mayor's office?
Yes, we have two.
Two MOUs, and are they funded through the CARES Act?
One is, the other is on the mayor's own logo.
So that one under the CARES, which I'm assuming is going to expire in September. What position would that be, or where are they assisting your department?
Well, we had requested for an MOU in the hopes that we will have FTEs open and available in revenue and tax. Unfortunately, I cannot insert that person in there yet because we have disclosures that, disclosure requirements that they need to fulfill first. But the plan is for that person to, when everyone else gets promoted into tax 3 and enforcement officer, the position that was tax technician 1, that would be where they would be inserted, hoping that, they had on-the-job training this entire time while that's going on.
Okay, so the two FTEs that you're requesting, which is the tax 3 and enforcement, will open the two FTEs for those two MOUs.
Yeah.
All right, and our members have any other questions? I recognize Rep. Selena Well.
You mentioned your customs officers accumulate overtime, a lot of overtime. How much per year? How much per year do they accumulate in overtime, your customs people?
I'm sorry, I would have to get back to you on that. I was not prepared with that information. Maybe I can have them look it up while we're talking.
Thank you for that. You also mentioned, going back to the MOUs, you mentioned 2 MOUs with the Office of the Mayor and 1 from the central government and second. Would it be possible to provide this committee with a copy of those MOUs? Is there anything more?
I'm sorry, what copies is it?
Of the MOUs?
Oh, a copy of the MOU.
Yes. Would it be possible to get a copy of that?
I don't see where that would be a problem.
Thank you, we'd appreciate it. Were there any people that, in the Department of Finance that were either furloughed or terminated since March of 2020, and have they been recalled?
We had 3 personnel furloughed, and they have all been reinstated. Yes.
One other thing. We certainly have, as you all know, over $500 million coming to the CNMI. And I appreciate your humility in saying that it would be selfish and irresponsible and now is not the right time for you to ask. But I would suggest that now is the right time for you to ask the governor. And it is certainly incumbent on the mayor to request for these fundings through ARPA. So I would suggest that you go back to the table with the mayor and pay a visit or give a call to the governor and ask for the much needed funding for the municipality of Rota. Because now is the right time. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Rota. I now recognize the floor is yours.
It's not actually voting related, but just to get an outlook of the item Rota, with regards to the stimulus, the monthly funds that were coming in. Is there like any spike in economy-wise here in Rota for the residents spending the money outside, whether they're sending it back, purchasing items from alongside that, or sending it out to the Philippines or wherever. So I guess my question is there a spike with regard to what the residents are spending the money on? Just to get an idea of where's the funding leaving? Is it staying or leaving? Because we have a harder time in the cinema, I know, in Saipan, where most of our monies are leaving that. Just want to get a clearer picture here.
Well, I know a lot of people who have spent their money buying cars that they've long needed. So we have an increase in traffic here. But as far as everything else, it remains the same. You know, the stores are the same. The prices they're still as high as ever. People mostly buy their groceries inside and get it shipped over. I know there's a company out of Saipan that is trying to help the people of Rota by not raising the prices too much. But you know, we're aiming and we're trying to have more of our people spend their money here. So one of the things that we're trying to do in the procurement services is to create a vendor approved program where the businesses here apply into the program. They have to be compliant, they have to have all their taxes paid, their business license current, and then we see all the needs of every department here, and we try to make it as fair as possible where everybody just puts in a bulk order to this person, this vendor, and so forth. That way, we try to keep our money here. But also, you know, we need it to be at a fair price, because everything is so much more expensive here. It is always cheaper to buy outside. But the prices will never be competitive if we continue to buy everything outsourced at Saipan and Guam and abroad. So we're hoping to try to change that, but it's still very, very expensive. I don't know where you guys ate or if you guys bought drinks at our stores, but you can't really buy anything with $1 here. You need at least $1.25 to drink. No. If anything, you know, it's starting to pick up because now people can fly in. That's kind of hard to answer your question, of course, with the pandemic, everything shut down, so everything's stopped. But when everybody was able to go out, they started shopping, they started eating out. But yeah, other than eating at the restaurants and buying cars, those are the only two things that people seem to splurge on.
Thank you, Flora. I think after this budget hearing, you'll see our picture. Just members, we've reached our time with the RD of Finance, so I will maybe pass it on to one more if anyone has any questions. Rota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Director Hokuk, for being with us today. I believe that the Department of Finance serves as the heart of our government. This is where all of our government contracts flow through. It's where tax is collected. It is where our tax enforcement laws are being enforced. And so thank you for giving us and providing us an idea of how it works at Rota and how it's different from Saipan. According to the analysis provided to us by our fiscal analyst, Dave Delapan, all 4 of your divisions are underfunded. Finance and accounting by 17,000, and that's a combination of personnel and operations. Revenue and taxation by 50,000, procurement and supply by 4,000, and customs by around $500. Have you made that analysis yourself?
Well, we looked into that, and that 16,000 is an error. That was the carried on retirement contribution of the former director, so that should not be there. That almost 50,000 that you're seeing for revenue and tax, that was the salaries that I requested for the 2 FTEs of the tax technician 3 and the revenue enforcement officer. Now the amount for procurement and supply, I believe that that is an error. We're still looking into where that amount comes from. And the customs, that $500 is probably also just an error.
Okay, well, these are based on the numbers provided to us by the department's request to the governor's proposal, and then inclusive of the proposed ARPA funding. So we are basing our numbers off of the numbers provided to us and our team. Yeah.
So I wholeheartedly apologize for that.
Yeah, no, I just want to ensure that this is brought to your attention and the attention of Mayor Atelier, as well as Secretary of Finance Dave Atelier, because of all the needs that you have already shared with us.
Yes.
Right? And so I really appreciate you sharing your mission of maintaining public trust, modeling good governance, investing in professional development, your facility needs, your salary increases, and equipment needs. You also touched on enforcement And how you currently only have a trainee conducting enforcement, is that correct?
A trainee cannot conduct enforcement, so
Okay.
they were there and not able to do their job.
Okay, so is that trainee under which division of finance?
Division of Revenue and Tax.
Revenue and Tax. And so right now, how many enforcement officers do you have for each division?
We have two enforceable,
Just
one of
enforcement.
them, which is the trainee that is there, they have been funded for enforcement. The other enforcer who received training and his passport is actually a tax tech too. But because that enforcement person was furloughed, we had her trained to pick up the slack and perform the jobs of that person gone. But, you know, we found out that you can't do anything if you don't have the title, you don't have the training, and you are not passported. So what those guys are doing is actually outreach education. And that actually was good for us because we found out that people are not trying to cheat the government. They just honestly did not know. So we're working on education into our community. And when the boats come in, they go to the seaport and they educate the business community there. When the flight comes in, they go up to the airport. They visit the stores and they constantly remind them about our receipt law. So it's just one of those things where people here are not trying to break the law. They just really didn't know. And that's something that we're trying to address. Before we can enforce, we need to educate. Because it's not fair to do that if they didn't know.
I completely agree with you. I completely support public education when it comes to our laws and policies. I also believe in enforcement and maintenance. And so it really does sound like an enforcement issue does exist with tax and rev. And how long has that been an issue?
I can't tell you how long it's been an issue. I can tell you how long it's been an issue since I've been on board.
That's right, because you started this last October. So, just continuing on with enforcement, can you tell us the daily average collection?
I'm so sorry, I don't have that information with me. I could get that to you guys.
Okay, that would be very much appreciated because I believe the numbers, if you can tell us what the daily average collection looks like for Rota, then that would definitely justify the needs of your department. Just given the fact that if there is major workload, then there are major needs, right? And so the daily collection average is something that I'm very interested in. In regards to the financial system, the new financial system that has been implemented and training is to come for Rota, as you stated. Do you have the equipment that can accommodate the training? Do you have computers? And
we have computers. They're old computers. They still work.
How old are your computers?
They're very old. We're going to be getting new computers, is what the Secretary of Finance had shared with me. So I had actually told him that I don't want the new equipment here until we move. Because, we have certain issues here and I didn't want them to be damaged before that time. But we were hoping actually to be, the timeline we had when I had requested that to not have it here was we should be moving at this present moment and not still be here. But we were waiting for contracts with NFC to happen and it's stalled. I can't tell you why that's stalled on NFC's part.
Thank you, Director. And my last question is in regards to the executive order 2021-09 that you have already mentioned, combining the Division of Quarantine and the Animal Health Services under the Division of Customs, which falls under the Department of Finance. And so I just wanted to state for the record, and for members and the community members' information, that this executive order was signed on April 28th, and there have been concerns brought to my attention because I do chair the Natural Resources Committee on the combining of these divisions, mostly in part because of very complex policies and regulations that the Division of Quarantine is required to uphold. And that is something that is very important, I know, to many of our community members because they keep our natural resources safe and protected, right? And so just for the record, I'm very glad that you're sharing information on it. It was signed on April 27th, and it will become effective 60 days after it was submitted to the legislature, unless it's modified or disapproved by a majority of the members of each of them. So just given that information, given your initial assessment, and maybe discussions with the Director of Customs here on Rota, have you discussed any concerns in regards to taking on the responsibility of these two divisions, two very complex and very important divisions in our community, and that's the Division of Quarantine and the Division of Animal Safety?
I think there was an amendment to that executive order not to include the animal health services. It is just the quarantine. Director Montas will be coming to Rota so that he can better, give us a better picture of how this whole thing is going to work out. I have faith that, they didn't do this just frivolously. There was planning involved, and there was a reason why they thought that it needed to merge over into customs. So I'm waiting for that day to come so that we can better understand. It has caused, of course, emotional stress for mainly the ones who are transitioning in because they're not sure what is going to happen to them. But they're also positive about it because it means their salary will go up. And, it might not, it means different things to different people. But to those whose salaries will go up, it means a lot. It's something, one of them has been there almost 20 years and is only making 27,000.
Thank you for sharing that. I do look forward to analyzing the executive order in maybe our joint committee because this will also impact governmental operations and health. But it is reassuring to know that Rota and our neighboring islands are going to be included in training and just updated information. So I do hope that in the proper planning and analyzing of this merger was taken into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rep. Rota. At this time, President Director Hoku, if we have any additional questions or concerns, or if you maybe have anything else you want to add, please feel free to reach out to the committee. And should you want additional time or should you need an audience, please feel free to let us know and we'll try to schedule something further. We do have the President Director for Commerce here, so we just want to take this time to thank you and your team for your presentation today. And again, if there's anything else you need from the committee to assist your division, please feel free to reach out. And so with that, I'll leave it to you to provide any closing remarks.
I want to thank you guys all for coming out to Rota and for taking the time to speak to us. The MOUs that you requested for and the information that you guys all asked for, as soon as I leave here, I will get that ready for you. You guys enjoy Rota while you're here. Please get full. And as the mayor always says, spend your money here. If you need help, we can give you the list of all the vendors who sells X, Y, and Z. And travel home safely. Please thank your families for allowing you guys to come here and join us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, up next we have the Department of Commerce.
All right, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Director Dean Rota, and Resident Department Head for the Department of Commerce here in Rota. So we're currently handing out a copy of my budget submission for fiscal year 2022. Here in the island of Rota, if I could, I was just listening back there with Joy. Are they spending the stimulus money? The answer is yes. Yeah, in fact, there's a boat coming in May 17th, and that boat is full of cars and other products that are going to be imported into the island of Rota. We could just jump right into it. And in nature, apologies again. Thank you again, Chairman Bologna, Vice Chairman, and the distinguished members of the Ways and Means Committee. Welcome to the beautiful island of Rota. If I may begin by just reading out the mission statement for the Department of Commerce. So can I help navigate my thinking process? So the Rota Department of Commerce exists to promote economic growth in partnership with our local community, businesses, schools, government agencies through the regulation and promotion of commercial exchange. So far, what we have done and what we intend to do, we've actually did a soft opening for a business incubation center. So as the resident department head, I am currently working with a nonprofit group that was contracted through EDA, the Economic Development Administration. IEDC stands for International Economic Development Council. So what this group does is it offers expert knowledge on economic recovery. So I'm currently working with a list of consultants. Part of our findings is with regards to the Business Incubation Center. Now it's challenging because for a business incubation to be established in Rota, it's going to need three parts: the programs, mentoring, and the space. So right now we have that one part of that triangle covered. We got the space, and we're actually working on getting the equipment. So far, I was able to successfully work with Director Nicole Balota from the Small Business Development Center in Saipan. We do have boots on the ground. We have a short-term contract employee that's working with the local restaurants to utilize the restaurant revitalization fund. So it's a really good opportunity, and what he does is he provides one-on-one consultation with the local businesses. So very interesting stuff. In fact, a document a bill that was introduced and was shared to me via email is the bioprospecting. Did I get that right? Yeah. So yeah, I was actually very, very interested in, sometimes we gotta think outside the box. And sometimes we just gotta blow up the box and let's reinvent it, get a new box. So this is very critical. We're in a very critical position, a turning point, if you may, because this is a great opportunity, and I don't think a modern day pandemic provides a lot of opportunity. So we want to make sure that we leverage a lot of these funds. Based on my budget submission, according to the analysis that was shared with me by the legislature's budget analyst, it does appear that with the governor's proposal, the Department of Commerce will be short let me get my 17,499. So yeah, but definitely so if we do the breakdown, what this covers is actually my current staff plus 2 additional employees. That's actually critical to my operation. I currently have 1 law enforcement officer, and as part of our regulation, we actually have to do inspections with 2 law enforcement officers. It's important for safety, one, and it's also important to have that confirm and concur communication between the 2 officers. That way, if it turns into a legal issue, we go into a business establishment, and then they, there's always 2 witnesses to every scene. So it's always that concur and confirm and concur. But definitely, with Rota, it has a lot of challenges, and a lot of it has to do with the things that are outside of our control. Right, commodity prices. I know that the Sinmay legislature did introduce 19-62 to try to alleviate the cost of shipping to the island of Rota. So yeah, there are actions that are being taken to try to ease the burden. So the cost of commodities in Rota is very high, and the cost of energy also. So without an energy plan, we have no economic plan. We have to figure out a way to make energy cheaper for our local business community. And it's something that I know that the Office of Grants Management is working on to try to resolve. And we're probably going to see the fruits of that labor fairly soon. So I'm happy to take any questions at this time. Mr. Chairman, please.
Thank you, RDD. So your initial request was for 5 FTEs. What you're saying that you actually need additional FTEs?
Yes, that is correct.
And what positions are those?
Okay, so we currently have a staff of 3, including myself. That's 4. So 5 will just include 1 additional employee, which is the statistics specialist 1. But the 2 additional FTEs is 1 is the economic development specialist and the ABTC law enforcement training to assist my law enforcement officer. So yeah, the economic development specialist is basically going to be the key person that's going to be operating and pushing the programs under the Rota Business Incubation Program. So that way, we really want to get our focus into economic development, which is a big issue. Healthcare and economic development are the 2 big ones. We want to have a roadmap to see how we can, change, help the economy, over the next 2 years, hopefully.
Okay, and you mentioned that based on your submission, with the general fund proposal and the ARPA funds, you're still short by around 17,000. Was this 17,000 for the initial request of 5 FTEs? Was this to increase salary?
Yeah, it's for new hires, new hire position, new FTEs. So yeah, the initial requests for the 5 positions will actually will equal to 177,131. So that's the department's request. So yeah. If you look at the governor's proposal, in addition to the APR, which is 47,211, yeah, there is a shortage of 17,499. But I do know that there's going to be a budget revision on July 1st, hopefully, and then we can get those things ironed out. I'll make sure that I speak with the mayor and he speaks with the governor. We have those positions up and running, because they are needed and they are critical to the department's operations. We're looking at efficiency and effectiveness, and we want to make sure that we have that continuity of government always in our mind. Continuity of services.
Okay, thank you, Artie. In addition, from my understanding, your submission of your request, I guess, back when it was due, was based on austerity levels. Is there something that you would need additional funding for that isn't covered in, or that exceeds your request, say, as to, yeah, I mean, if we're not in that austerity?
Yes, that is absolutely correct, and thank you, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, for highlighting that. Upon my submission on February 26th of that budget, I was operating conservatively. You know, I was operating under the guise that we might not have enough funding, so I needed to prioritize what my department needed urgently. So that's why I submitted such low numbers. But yes, in terms of resources, in terms of manpower, I could use a little more help. You know, so we are in the recovery stage, and the economy needs to get the numbers right, which is our central statistics division. We want to make sure that we're doing our data collection. We want to make sure that we're following up with enforcement, and then our economist is working with the local businesses, local entrepreneurs, to help them develop. So we do have economic development, division of economic development, and a lot of the focus has been on export. But what we're finding here at the island of Rota is that not a lot of people produce anything. You know, there's very few people that produce products. So that's why the business incubation center is so important, is because we want to get them to the level where they're producing. And it's a lot of work, a lot of research, and sometimes the locals just don't have the resources, just don't have the technical knowledge, expertise in order to develop a product. Some of them have really great ideas, but they just don't have the guidance to get those ideas rolling, you know, as a business and turn it into business. So that's why it's really important, and I feel very strongly about that business incubation center. Right now we're operating as a business resource center, not an incubation center, simply because funding issues. You know. I did include in the budget 10 computers, where we're starting to notice that a lot of businesses are transitioning into the online market, and we're going to be ready to start training our young entrepreneurs to take that route, so start building more businesses online and become less dependent on the tourism economy. Although we are driven by tourism at this time, but hopefully we can expand our horizons with a little bit of effort from the department and a little assistance from us, the Small Business Development Center.
Thank you, Arnie. The floor is now open. I recognize Representative.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mendiola, Artie. Thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry, Magonia. I am so excited to hear about this business incubator, and I just wanted to get a little more information about the prospects for getting this up and running, and maybe we could just start with what was the amount of the grant, and is there a local match that was required for that?
Well, the facility itself was built through a community improvement project. I've heard some conversations where we utilized an old building, existing building, and we renovated it. So we utilized an existing building and improved upon its foundation, and then just built a business incubation center. So far, we don't have a grant, but I am working with PSS, and we've developed a program where they call it the Enos Innovation Business Bootcamp. So that starts June 28th to August 8th. So at the end of that program, they're actually going to receive 3 college credits from the Northern Marianas College, a certification. And they're also going to have a pitch fest in the end of the program, where they actually get to pitch their business idea to a panel of judges, and then they're going to select a winner.
So these are high school students?
These are high school students, yeah. So we're in the program development stage, where we're trying to develop these programs for adults. And even one of my passions, I've been speaking with the director for DCCA, and in a lot of these NAP recipients, a lot of the issues that they're talking about is that they don't have transportation and they don't have a babysitter. But guess what? If you operate a business and you operate a business online, you don't need transportation, you don't need a babysitter. You can make a living doing everything online. So that helps them get out of that poverty state, and then that way, it's a win-win. Our community earns revenue, and then one of our local citizens start to alleviate the financial stress, especially now during the pandemic. So definitely, we're really trying to empower them and just give them the tools. And we call it tool stacking, or skill stacking. So we're going to stack their skills to a level where they're able to operate on their own. So.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood. I thought you said that there was an EDA grant and you were working with Ms. Nicole Felton.
Yes, the EDA grant funds the technical expertise. So EDA is funding the IEDC, International Economic Development Council. So now the Economic Development Council provides technical support to our department and to any other agencies that are in need of technical support. So right now what we're working with is the Rota Coffee project. We do have a consultant that's working with the Director of Lands and Natural Resources to try to develop the Rota Coffee. So what we found is that what we have here in the island is called heritage coffee. And then that word itself, heritage, is being promoted all over the coffee world, right? There's even a magazine, so we're trying to promote Rota Heritage Coffee.
Yeah. Wow, well, I love coffee, so please keep us posted.
Yeah.
Looking forward to my first heritage cup.
Yeah.
Okay, which actually brings me to my next question. You mentioned some partnerships and how critical they are for your mission. So are you working with NMC Crees, particularly to get these value-added products developed from your agricultural producers here in Rota?
I would love to work with NMC Crees. In fact, I used to be an employee of NMC Crees. I used to be an extension agent. I worked for the 4-H Youth Development Program for 5 years. Right now, we're working with their academic side because they are going to provide business credits at the end of the boot camp. So not yet with NFC Crease, but I did put in a request for a vehicle, and the main reason is we only have a sedan, and we want to start taking data on our farmers. But a lot of our farms are in remote locations that a sedan can get to. So that's why a lot of our data collectors really require that equipment, so we can go up there and get our numbers right. I do understand that DNR was collecting information on sweet potato. If I'm not mistaken, back in 2017, Rota exported 146,000 pounds of sweet potato. So we are producers. We just need to be better businessmen and women.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Artie. And I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. The floor is now open. Recognize Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, good afternoon. Just a quick question. I noticed that you did not request funding for the statistics specialist and step 1. Is there a reason?
Because I had a statistical technician. Because like I said, when I submitted that budget, I was being conservative. I really wanted to get those 2 positions funded, and the only way I could see it is I had to sacrifice one of my, so that way I could at least get those 2 positions funded. Because right now we do have a statistics technician on board, and he does do quarterly collections of the consumer price index. Yeah.
So are you going to be submitting a
Yes, and when we do a revision of our budget on July 1st, definitely, and that's going to be, in fact, I'm going to ask for a higher salary, so,
would you consider
so that interest would,
requesting funding for this?
Definitely. Answer yes, I have.
Thank you, Vice. Members, anyone else have any questions they want to ask? I recognize Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mingleña, for joining us today. I too am very excited to hear about the Small Business Incubator. I was a small business owner, and so I definitely understand the needs of a small business owner, and like you said, right? Like we just need the support and the help to get started because our people are very creative and very talented. And I think that if we can share more of our talents and our creations with the world, it will just do us good. It will do so much good. So I'm very happy to hear about that happening on Rota. We have experienced all that Rota has to offer, even being on Saipan, you know, and things getting exported from Rota, shared on Saipan. So we're all, I'm very excited and happy to hear about that. I'm glad that statistics and data was brought up earlier and that you are looking to fund that position. So currently, how are you collecting data?
We do have a methodology that we utilize to collect data, to consumer price index. Sometimes we do receive requests from other agencies for data collection. We do work with our federal counterparts sometimes, to try to get some information in terms of agriculture or, yeah, definitely. There is a methodology in place, and it really depends on the type of data that's being collected, and different other factors. It is just a lot.
Okay, and so you physically go out and collect data?
Yes.
And then at the same time ask that data be reported to Commerce?
Correct. We do report most of our data out to the Central Statistics Division in Saipan, under the direction of Director Justin Andrews.
Okay. And currently your facilities is located located here?
We did do a soft opening, but if we do a grand opening, I'm going to send out an invitation definitely so that you guys can see it for yourself, the business incubation. And it's located right now at the Lizo compound of the old Rota High School down in the village.
Okay, and that is the incubator and the
and
Department of Commerce?
Yes, they're both side by side. Yes.
Okay, understood. And I would like to move into enforcement. Can you speak on your enforcement team and also the type of collections or the type of compliance that they encounter?
Yeah, definitely. Just recently, because due to COVID, we've been asked to enforce additional duties, right? So we're also enforcing social distancing, social gathering, and business mandates. So I currently have only one law enforcement officer in the island of Rota, which is why we're requesting an assistant, so that way we can have that continuity and we can have that safety net. These officers are armed law enforcement officials, and they're definitely trained to carry out their duties and responsibilities.
And just to be clear, when you say law enforcement officers,
Yeah.
is this under the Department of Commerce or one assigned from the Department of Public Safety?
No, this division is ABTC is law enforcement under the department.
So you have one assigned?
One assignment role, yes.
And is that sufficient?
Right now, I detail him to a lot of other things. Like Director Hopuk said earlier, a lot of our staff are cross-trained, and a lot of the time they have to go to different details. So I detail them to perform different duties. The thing about details is it's a temporary assignment. And sometimes these details go long-term, like a year, simply because we don't have the staff when the job needs to get done. And I haven't heard any complaints from my staff. They're actually very motivated and very grateful to be still working, especially during the pandemic.
I agree. Thank you. How long have you been serving as the resident director for Commerce?
I think since 2007.
Since 2017.
Yeah.
So according to the budget that we have in front of us, it has decreased consistently since 2019. It was at around 170,000. For 2020, you were at 140,000. 2021 at 124,000. And then you requested for the 2022 budget 200,000. And now we'll be receiving, according to our numbers, 203,000. So we're looking at, like an $85,000 increase. What are your priorities with that funding? I know that you talked about the small business incubator, but how will you prioritize?
First and foremost, personnel. We will focus first on the personnel, getting in the department staff, and then with the business incubator. I did communicate with the Office of Grants Management to try to get additional assistance to try to provide those equipment needed, and especially because it has a large benefit to the community. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I look forward to the new businesses to come on Rota and the new products and services to be offered here because many of the community members, I think, would love to visit Rota more often. And so the next time we come back, we hope to see more businesses and more productivity, producers, all the natural goodness of Rota. So thank you for making time to be here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Balta. Any other members? Okay, it looks like the members are all set. President Director Manonia, if there's anything else that you want to add at a later time, please feel free to reach out to the committee. And the same with us, if you have any additional questions, we'll shoot that forward to you. So with that, I just want to take this time to say thank you for coming in today and sharing the department's needs. And my colleagues and said, we look forward to seeing the good work that you just shared with us. Again, thank you. And if there's any closing remarks that you'd like to give, now is
First and foremost, I really want to just share my gratitude. I can really feel the energy in this room. It's a lot of young guns, and I really like the whole community. I think we're in a good place, and we're not going to get another opportunity to make a real difference in the Commonwealth. So I'm grateful that you guys came out and you guys presented their interest into to the municipality. I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Thank you, RD. All right, members, we're down to the last one, and I do see right here we have the Department of Labor next. Just to give the members an understanding, the new RD of the Department of Labor just joined in about a month ago, if I'm not mistaken. And so please bear with her. I'm sure she's prepared, but if there's anything that you need that she's unable to provide, please allow her to share it with you or the committee at another time. And so with that, welcome, President Director, Department of Labor. I hand over the floor to you.
Thank you. If I may, I have some documents that I can pass out. Okay, as this is my very first budget hearing, I would like to apologize if I seem to jump around. Feel free to jump in and set me straight. The documents that I passed out, it actually just reflects the difference between the 2019 budget versus the budget that I submitted this year. Back then, there were only 4 employees to include the resident department head. And late 2019, they did hire 1 more individual, which is reflected on number 5 on the second chart in 1. I just wanted to have the Ways and Means Committee acknowledge the additional FTE, just in the event that there's any confusion. Everything else, according to the governor's proposal, I do plan to proceed with the balanced budget. The only negatives that I had from the governor's proposal, it had to do with the personnel. So that would be the difference with the additional FTE to include WGI. I'm sorry, one moment, please. What I do plan, if granted the budget that is submitted by the governor, is to ensure that the personnel that we have right now receive the training that can keep them current to actually perform duties and responsibilities as regulated by the Department of Labor. And which is usually our main goal is to employ 100% U.S. citizens or U.S. residents. And with the additional funding that, if granted, that will allow us to have the team go up to Saipan, or if possible, even the mainland, after all this COVID, the pandemic issues have been, after all these pandemic issues, we actually, so if you guys take a look at the budget submission for fiscal year 2022, that is the narrative. And this is actually just baseline narrative that was based on 2020 budget submission. The only additional funding is requested under personnel training costs as well as the travel. Eventually, after all the personnel have received the training that I believe they should receive, I plan on opening or working with NMC, specifically NMTI, as well as Saipan DOL with the apprenticeship program, and to help our people learn trade skills so that if they are unable to find a regular 7:30 to 4:30 job, at least they have those trade skills to fall upon so that they are able to maybe open up their own businesses one way to stimulate the growth here in Rota, economic growth. Any questions?
Yeah, just quickly, so on your handout, front page, for currently, without your salary, the total request is at 134,279. Right, that's the 179 minus the 45. And then on the proposal, it showed that you requested 135, which is close to that 134, but it was reduced by 16,000.
Are you talking about my salary, Congressman?
No, I'm talking about the rest of your, the shortfall of 16,000.
Okay, the reason why it's showing up as a negative is because with my request for 2022, I did include WGIs. So two of those personnel, the last time they ever received any increase was back in 2009. So I am kindly asking for your consideration in actually giving them the salary that they actually deserve. Two of those personnel, it reflects two-step WGIs. So that is where the shortfall comes from.
So your proposal is with the WGI?
That's correct.
And so on your sheet, the first base salary with the total of 179 minus 45, that's around the 135 that you initially proposed. So that's with the inclusion of the WGI. So what is that portion at the very end? Is that an additional WGI on top of your?
I stand corrected, Mr. Without my salary, the first column here on 2021 to 2022 base salary, that is the current salary that they have. So the very last column, which is under the base salary, that is the inclusion of the WGI that I requested for. So,
Okay. So your base salary request without any increases minus the resident head is at 134,000, and that's what you need to fund these four FTEs.
that is correct.
And that's your request, close to your request on your proposal submission, but you were only awarded in total combined general fund and ARPA 119. So you're like you have a shortfall of 16,000. If I may, fiscal analyst, we just consider that an error, or is that coming in from somewhere?
I think the numbers are pretty straightforward. If you can see it, we're looking at all the civil service employees. If you look at the governors and the art money, it's already approximately 119,624. And what is accused here is question approximately 135,471. And therefore there is an unfunded salaries of approximately 16,147. What is alluding in I believe the each member here understands what's happening is that she has included the two-step increases.
According to her, this is without any increases.
So if that's the case, then this difference relates specifically to salary differences. We call the salary increases between the governors and the art money and the governors.
Okay, just to be clear, RD, the 179, 279, which includes the RD salary, all these, the remaining four FTEs, those are their current salary as of today without any increases.
That is correct.
Okay, so they would need the additional 16,000, is that correct, Dave? To ensure that they...
If I'm reading this correctly, Artie, are you stating before this committee that do you have a copy of our analysis?
Yes, I do.
Okay, okay, please look at the two columns there. There's a column here that says governor's proposal. The governor under the civil service expenditure account is showing $94,459. Okay? If you move to the right, you will see the marked column that's coming from the American Rescue Plan, approximately 23,865. And if you add those two sources of funding, we get approximately $119,324. Now, with your request of 135,471, we do the math and take the difference. They're showing an underfunding of approximately 16,147. The question here is, what does that variance or decrease reflect? Based on your testimony a few minutes ago, you were saying that that difference of 16,000 approximately represents the within two-step increases of some of your employees. So if that's correct, then that's the reason why we're seeing a deficit or underfunding amount approximately $61,000. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
So yes, Mr. Chairman, yeah. My understanding on this variance is the same as what the resident director is stating, that it reflects the difference of $16,000 coming from the within two-step salary increases.
For the two employees.
For the two employees.
It's already applied.
Yes, it's included.
Okay, thank you. So, my question actually falls into the CW. Has Rota been getting any CW funds that you are aware of? If so, when was the last time we received CW funds?
I do know at this time that the USCIS, under the Homeland Security, they are the ones handling the processing and everything in relation to CW employment. And as of right now, we have never received any information. We do not know of any funding that could possibly assist the Department of Labor. So I'm willing opinion, I'm not aware of any CW fees that maybe we can avail to. Maybe that is something that I can ask from all of you, if it's possible to maybe assist us in availing to a certain percentage of that CW funding, or fees rather, that our foreign workers pay in order to be employed in our island.
Okay, but you do provide any the same support to the CW workers here on Rota?
That is correct, sir.
Is there something that actually, at this time, I will yield to any of the members if they have any questions. I recognize you have Blanco.
Good afternoon, RD.
Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Earlier this morning, the mayor had mentioned that there are plans to resurface the road, the main highway. And I understand that will require quarry materials from maybe a quarry site. And because the mining and the quarry fall under the U.S. Department of Labor now, I did not see any FTE included for a mine inspector or safety and inspector for any quarries or mines here. Perhaps if you do decide to resubmit a budget, I think you may want to consider including that position in there if the projects are going to move this next fiscal year.
Well noted, sir. And as of right now, I do believe that the OSHA division under the Department of Labor, which we don't exactly have for Rota, in relation to that position that we might possibly consider, I would probably request for OSHA employees as well for Rota. I believe that is through a grant funding. So maybe that's something we can look into. But you're correct, we should have that employee to oversee to the quarry compliance.
The floor is now open. I recognize Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Artie, for being here with us today. And just for clarification again, you have been serving in this role for how long?
I was confirmed as the resident department head on February 18.
Okay, since February. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you for providing this information to us and really just diving deep straight into the role of Artie. According to the budget, let's see, some of the biggest parts of your operations falls under all others. Can you just expand on what we can expect is to be paid out of that line item under operations? All others?
One moment.
So you know under operations, it's listed various parts of a certain agency's operations like advertising, cleaning services, communications, equipment, fuel, and then there's all others. And that seems to be more than 50% of operations. So what kind of expenses fall under all others?
Well, when this budget was first submitted, I was under the impression that our coffers, we don't have much. So with this huge chunk, I would like to implement, or rather educate the people of what the Department of Labor actually does. And if it takes additional, I know it's impossible to procure cars under all others, but you know, any way that we can reach the community, if it's in terms of gassing other departments, I miss maybe. If we're able to publish additional information for businesses, for potential employees.
I see, okay.
It's just
so, I completely support public education. I too agree that our community, you know, I think there's like a missing link. There's a lot of opportunity for us as leaders in our field to help our community understand the roles and duties of each department, each division, right, so that there's clarity. So I completely support that. And in your words, what is the Department of Labor here on Rota responsible for?
We are responsible for ensuring that both employees and employers are knowledgeable of what they are required to do and what they are expected to do. We also must follow the Fair Labor Standards Act, Civil Service Commission, because yes, we still have to take care of our government employees as well. The private sector, we do need to educate potential employees of how to be good employers, how to take care of their employees, follow the minimum wage. I need them to learn how to compute overtime wages.
So how are these like resources, this kind of support how is it being offered to the stakeholders that you just mentioned? Do you use online platforms? Do you host, you know, community workshops? Do you pass out flyers?
Right now, our department is not capable of, we don't have that much funds for flyers. So we just go out and speak to the businesses, and even with that, sometimes it's hard because we do have 2 vehicles at this time. Both of them have brake pad issues, tire issues. One of them is more than a decade old. So, you know, as much as possible, we do utilize emails, telephones, stuff like that, but in terms of platform, that's something that we have to work on.
Okay,
Yeah.
I agree. I think we all have that opportunity, even in the legislature.
Yeah, I don't think they would agree to having a resident director who they probably think knows nothing about running the Department of Labor to make decisions for them. So usually what I like to do is sit down and work as a team and collaborate and see how else we can move forward with that.
Thank you. My last question, Mr. Chairman and members, is in regards to the PUA, the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. So on Saipan, the CNMI Department of Labor, right, is responsible for the issuance of the PUA funds and also responsible for addressing any concerns or issues that the community has, including fraudulent claims. So what role does your department play on the issuance of PUA here on Rota?
Issuance of PUA? None at all. Okay. The role that we play is more of administrative support. If they need weekly claims, we make copies for them. If they run out of paper, we give them paper.
And these are individuals you're speaking of?
I'm speaking of the 2 Rota coordinators that are stationed, well, not stationed, but they are hired here for Rota.
Okay.
Right now, they are located at the Northern Marianas College, right next door.
Do they work with your department at all?
Not at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the CNMI Department of Labor has placed 2 individuals here to carry out the PUA program on Rota.
That's correct.
Okay. And then there are some times where your office assists them with their needs.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I used to be a PUA coordinator.
Okay.
So I started the intake. I would call it an intake because I really did not have any access to the portal. Even if you submitted your weekly claims to me, I was unable to input it for you. What I needed to do was pack everything and send it to Saipan. Saipan is the one that does the processing of all the PUA claims or applications if you're in your claim. Hence, probably the delay.
So on Saipan, we're still hearing a lot of delays with even PUA women, and I'm sure we all receive feedback from our community when we go out into the community. How is it like on Rota?
I believe it's worse because everybody knows each other. They even knew where my house is. They would come and visit me at home. So, yeah, and you know, being the only coordinator at the time, I didn't have enough hours during the day to actually help everybody. So I allowed it. If they came to the house and they had questions about their applications, I assisted them. But they, of course, have to be the ones to write it in and submit it.
In your opinion, is that structure working with the 2 individuals working for the PUA program here on Rota, but not in sync with the Department of Labor, the Rota division? Is that working, or should there be a link?
Okay, I actually had an advantage when I started the program here in Rota. I was housed under the Department of Labor. So in terms of sending off the cargo, the claims, Department of Labor team were the ones transporting the cargo to and fro. And whatever assistance I needed, they were there right away. This will be my first stint really in a local government, and I didn't really know how to go about reaching the PUA Central, which is Saipan DOL. I was very, very lucky. I had the resident director applicant to assist connecting Saipan with me here in Rota. So basically, that's the experience I have.
In your opinion and your experience, how can the relationship or the communication improve between TNY Department of Labor and the Department of Labor here on Rota? Do you have monthly meetings? Are there monthly or weekly calls? Training?
Well, that is something that we have to bridge. I mean, I can't speak on behalf of other departments, but with my department, I do see a divide. It might not be on purpose, it may be, I do not know, I'm new, but that's one of the advantages of being new, is you're able to quickly identify things that need to be fixed. And that is one thing, to bridge that divide or the gap that we have going. So because Saipan is central, maybe they receive more information. How much information trickles to both Rota and Tinian, I do not know. But I do not have a weekly meeting with management teams, the Department of Labor, Saipan, or Tinian. I had more interaction with them when I was a coordinator. Not to say that anything bad right now is going on, but I do know that PUA takes a lot of the Department of Labor's time. I understand that.
I see. Thank you, and thank you for sharing the needs and identifying, some of the concerns of the department. Labor is a huge topic on the Hill, especially given the millions of dollars to come, the construction that's expected, both personal, right, home improvements, home construction, and in the private, the business sector. So, labor and education, the pipeline, right, to labor. How can we attract our students to come home and work? How can we offer better jobs? How can we train our people and build our capacity? Those are all things that are constantly being discussed on the Hill. So you sharing your input is so valuable. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Reverend Balta. I recognize Representative Blanc.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Madam RD. A couple of quick follow-up questions on the PUA issue. So do the PUA coordinators have access to the portal now? Are they able to make changes here on Rota?
Unfortunately, no, ma'am, but when I was still a coordinator, that was back in January, I was finally given access. So I only had that access for about 2 to 3 weeks before I became a resident director. And after that, I do inquire with the coordinators here in Rota, but they still do not have access.
So they're doing the same role that you had before, packaging everything and sending it to Saipan? Okay.
That's correct.
And are they also implementing the Lost Wages Assistance Program?
Yes, as far as I know, and this was when I spoke to the secretary, she did inform me that all claimants, active claimants during this time frame, August 1st to August 15th of last year, if all claimants that are active during that time are receiving $100 or more from PUA benefits, then you are automatically going to receive the lost wages assistance.
Okay. Thank you for addressing that. And finally, as you may be aware, CNMI Department of Labor received a technical assistance grant to begin developing an unemployment insurance program. Has the Rota Department of Labor been engaged in any of that planning or brainstorming even?
No, but I do recall collecting data for that particular grant. I believe it's based on businesses that have either lost employees or whose employees are working on reduced hours. I hope that is the correct, the same grant that we're talking about.
Yeah, I would think so. It was just recently implemented. But as far as implementation or, developing what that program would look like, your department has not yet been engaged.
Not at all.
Thank you. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now recognize floor leader Yumo.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of, just to clarify, not regarding the budget, but as far as CW is concerned, here in Rota, do you have a number of any registered contract workers or here in Rota?
No, sir, we posed that question to let me take that back. The former RD did ask that question to the Secretary of Labor, and she has not received any information from USCIS. I believe they are the only ones that have that data at this time.
That's true, but also companies that I know of in the cinema has to turn in report, I forgot what number was it, I-9 or something. They have to always report the number of locals versus the number of CWs. And then that should, I believe that should be also extend out here to the island of Rota.
I apologize, sir. I was talking about the registered and active foreign workers. I was just thinking you were asking me about workers with expired statuses. I apologize. Yes, we do receive that in terms of the quarterly compliance report, which I do not have right now. But if I can give you that information.
Yeah, no, maybe that's something that you may maybe give to the chairwoman of education and labor workforce. And the reason why I ask you this is because if you are asking help with regards to CWPs, at least you have to know how many CWs are based here, and that way you may not be able to get it directly, but at least NMC is here. They are allowed to receive CWPs, and that can extend and help the island with regards to accessing CWPs. But unless until then, if you don't know those numbers, then you can't access those, at least a percentage of the fees. We're trying to get a feel of how many, basically registered workers are here, and you don't have to go to the extent of are they legally here, or that's totally out of our jurisdiction. But at least to get the number of CWs so we can help you get funds, and then you can address enforcement and other with regard to CW or even training.
I apologize, sir. I do know that it's about 100 plus. As for the exact number, I really do need to get back to you guys on that. I'm sorry about that.
With regards to labor cases, is there a few here, or there's no?
No complaints as of yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The floor is open. I'll hand it over to Representative.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairman. We extend to Floor Leader Yumo. Question. Who does the registration for CW? Does it do it in Saipan or do they do it here?
I believe it is in Saipan, sir.
So it does, the public is way on the numbers as far as who registered, and that would give you the idea, so how much is collected really.
Yes, that is correct.
That answers my question. Thank you. That's all I need to
You're
verify.
welcome.
All right, any other members? All right, thank you, R.D. Cabrera. if there are none from the members, this concludes our budget hearing. And so if there's anything that we've missed or that you want to bring to the committee, please feel free to reach out to my office. And so with that, do you have anything you want to say?
I actually have a handout regarding who are contacts, if it's in the event that you guys need to contact me for anything. I just extracted this from the portal, the Mariana's Labor Manual. So,
Are these like private numbers or?
no, I can't. I signed a confidential form. Yeah, no. Okay, thank you. Thank you, so.
Thank you very much, Arnie. Members, this concludes the first day of the budget hearing. And so, before we move on to the next item, same time, we'll start at 10. And so with that, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is public comments in relation to what's on the agenda today, which are the budget hearings for these 5 agencies: Labor, Commerce, Council, Mayor's Office, and Finance. So with that, I open the floor. Members, we have the Health and Welfare public hearing happening in just about 15 minutes. It's in relation to it's in regards to the medical referral program. And then we have the town hall this evening at 6 o'clock, same here at the Mayor's Conference Hall. And then tomorrow we have our first agency for the public, for the budget hearing at 10 a.m. as well. And then the Natural Resource Committee at 4 o'clock tomorrow here at the Mayor's office. That's all I have for announcements. Anyone else? All right. Thank you. Now, can I get a motion for adjournment? Motion made by Rep. Sublime, seconded by Rep. Probst. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. This budget meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this public hearing on the medical referral program being hosted by the House Standing Committee on Health and Welfare. My name is Tina Sublime. I'm the chair of this committee, and I now call this meeting to order. Today is Thursday, May 6th, 2021. It is 3:30 p.m. in the Antonio C. Attilig Library Conference Hall here on Rota. I'd like to thank Mayor Attilig and the people of Rota for the assistance and hospitality in providing this venue and accommodating this public hearing today. For the record, present today from the committee are members Vice Chair, Representative David Staffler, and Representatives Dr. Gloria, Sheila Babata, and BJ Gaston. We now have a quorum with all 5 members present. Staffing our committee today, I'd like to recognize our House Counsel, Joe Tyron, our Legislative Assistants, Ms. Claire Sublime, Mr. Ronald Taitano, Mr. Cameron Nicholas, our Sergeant-at-Arms, Pete Tuwai, and Dex Relahi. Staffing the committee as well is our Legislative Aide, Ms. Nava Kaur. This public hearing is being live streamed on Facebook. Thank you to Nava for making that happen. All right. So with all members present, we can now begin. May I have a motion to adopt our agenda for today? Motion has been made, seconded. All in favor of adopting the agenda, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. First order of business, first item in our order of business is the introduction. I'll start with an opening statement, and then we can move to the invited testimonies from our guests. For the public's awareness and understanding, the medical referral referral program has a long history in the CNMI, beginning with the Trust Territory government, so prior to Commonwealth status in 1968, and it has undergone significant changes since then under the CNMI government. Its purpose generally has been to provide island residents with the ability to receive healthcare services that are not available on island. Though there have been multiple attempts to formally establish the medical referral program by law, to include standards for eligibility, patient copay, other parameters for coverage and services, to date there is no enabling statute for the program. The program has moved from the Department of Public Health, when it was an executive line department, to the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation when CHC became an autonomous corporation in 2011 under Public Law 1651. And then in 2013, Governor Eloy Enos issued an executive order transferring the off-island medical referral program out of CHCC to the Office of the Governor, where it remains today. However, responsibility for inter-island referrals has stayed with the CHCC to assist patients traveling from Rota and Tinian to Saginaw for healthcare. In April of 2020, the administration hosted a community-wide fiscal response summit, during which it was recognized that the medical referral program consistently exceeds legislative appropriations to the tune of millions of dollars every year since at least 2009. Program expenditures and patient volume have remained high despite the expansion of on-island healthcare services in the CNMI, including the establishment of oncology, podiatry, ENT, and orthopedic surgery services, as well as an electronic health record system at the CHCC. Proposals have been made to move the off-island referral program back to CHCC and to establish basic standards by law for the program to ensure equitability, contain costs, provide greater accountability, and improve health outcomes for the people of the Northern Marianas. Our goal as the Health and Welfare Committee in conducting this series of public hearings is to review the Commonwealth Medical Referral Program, including inter-island referrals, to examine how the program can be reformed to enhance services, streamline costs, and improve accountability. For our hearing today, we've invited the Mayor of Rota, the Honorable Ephraim Attilig, as well as Ms. Vanessa Kitsigwa, the Director of the Rota Health Center, to provide testimonies. We will also be accepting oral and written testimony from any and all interested persons, including our patients, caregivers, healthcare providers, and other community members. If you are submitting oral statements today, we do ask that you limit your testimony to 3 minutes or less. You may provide longer written statements after this hearing by email or submit it after today. Without further ado, let's begin with the testimonies of our invited witnesses. Mr. Mayor Attilig, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairwoman Tina Sablan, and the honorable committee members. Welcome to the Island program. Before you, you have the written testimony, and for the benefit of the committee members and of course the general public, may I please read them out loud. Thank you. Dear Chairwoman Sablan, thank you for the request for my comments on the proposal to enhance services provided by the medical referral program, including the inter-island medical referral. The idea to transfer the medical referral program from the Governor's Office to the Commonwealth Health Corporation would lessen the involvement of politicians in the decision-making process as to who and why a patient needs to be referred. The decision would be better made by the medical professionals. I am sure my fellow politicians would feel better made by the medical professionals. I am sure, well, perhaps to transfer this it effectuates, the government would realize less budget deficit because less referral would occur if CHCC will make decisions relating to the referrals. With respect to inter-island medical referrals, Public Law 1978, Section 280E3, or 3E rather, specifies that the CHC shall operate a healthcare program system that includes Commonwealth Health Center, the Rota Health Center, the Women's Clinic Center, the Italian Health Center, and the Children's Clinic and the Community Guidance Center. Nowhere in this public law is it mentioned that if a patient is referred from Italian or Rota to CHCC, the responsibility of the latter ends. All reasonable expenses of referral should be borne by CHC. The municipality of Rota, Tinian, spends a big chunk of their budget in supplementing the inter-island referral by providing ground transportation and associated costs of maintaining vehicles. In addition, the municipalities maintain the facilities in the respective mayor's office, which is a major portion of the budget of the mayor's office. It is my construed, it may be construed that I am recommending that these services that are provided by the municipalities will be transferred to CHCC, lock, stock, and barrel. I feel that patients from Rota are my constituents. It behooves me to take care of them to the best of my ability. However, I respectfully request that since the mayor's office provides an essential service, the budget appropriation would be made from that perspective, notwithstanding provisions in that public law. Therefore, the notion that since the government revenue from Rota is minimal, budget appropriation should be made accordingly. Never mind that it is the obligation of the central government to provide equitable service to all citizens of the Sinai. Many of our inter-island referrals are for dialysis patients being treated on Saipan. Those patients endure hardship because they have to leave their loved ones to undergo dialysis regimen on Saipan. Most of these patients, if not all, prefer to spend the twilight years of their lives on their home island. That being said, I would like to ask the legislature to consider appropriating funds for dialysis equipment and personnel needed to operate the dialysis program in Rota. The structure for this program is already in place. I know that a dialysis program is not cheap, but we cannot place price tag on the value of having our unfortunate citizens feel that their leaders are not concerned about their welfare. Madam Chair, I hope that my comments would assist the committee on its deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Antolig. At this time, members, are there any questions for the Mayor? Vice Chair Lewis.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mayor Antolig. I was really curious earlier when you spoke to us at the earlier event, and I wanted to know how many people in Rota currently are on dialysis off island.
Currently, we have 11.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other questions from the members? Representative Abad. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, for being here with us again
Thank you.
today, and for sharing your testimony on the medical referral program on Rota. At this time, can you explain the process that one would go through in order to apply for the medical referral program, and how does that take place here on Rota?
is it solely through the Rota Medical Clinic? How does a gap exist where politicians or other leaders get involved with the decision making?
Well, the one would, if you need to be referred to Saipan, a doctor will check you, and a doctor refers that to Saipan, and therefore the Saipan, I guess, a committee of medical doctors decides on referring that patients to Saipan.
And does that request come through your office for approval?
No,
No, it does not.
no, it does not. We're not doctors here.
How does politicians get involved then? Just to your earlier statement, right? If this program were to be transitioned or moved back to CHCC, you stated that it would lessen the involvement of politicians.
I believe that is up in the Saipan. I'm speaking on the governor's decision to send whoever to wherever.
Oh, I see. So it's a different
Yeah,
situation here.
yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay, so clarified. Thank you. And do you have an average stay for a patient when referred to the animal Saipan?
It depends on the doctor's decision. Some patient may just take one day, and of course the flight ability to come back is very challenging. So the time of a patient staying in Saipan would depend on two things: the flight and the doctor's stay.
And because the municipality pays for these expenses, how do you prepare for such expenses when it's all dependent on the patient's needs?
I believe the CHC pays for it as well. Yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I might have misunderstood when you stated earlier that the municipality takes care of expenses. Is that just for transportation and facilities?
Yeah, that's for the local transportation and the housing.
On the island of Saipan?
On the island of Saipan, correct.
Okay, and at this time, how much of your budget is dedicated for that purpose?
I would say maybe 12%.
Okay, 12% of your total budget for the mayor's office?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Chairwoman.
Thank you, Representative Gabasa. Any other questions for the mayor? I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Just going to the question about the cost to the municipality. We just discussed this 12% portion of your office budget that goes to maintaining facilities and vehicles and providing transportation on Saipan. But don't you also have staff that you detail to like the Guam Medical Office? So your office is also providing support even for off-island referral, at least on Guam, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so how much of that are you providing? Are you doing that in Hawaii as well?
No, not in Hawaii, only in Guam and Saipan.
Okay.
So I have 3 staff supporting the operations in Guam.
Okay, and so how much of that is costing the municipality?
About 5,000.
5,000 a month?
Mm.
Okay. Okay, so this 12% that you mentioned does not include the additional cost for Guam off-island referral?
That's right, that's right. Yeah, sorry about that, I have to clarify that.
Yeah, no, I think it's confusing, right? Because a lot of people don't realize that inter-island is handled by CHC, off-island. Yeah, okay. I guess that would be it for my questions for now. And I think we can move on to our next witness. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your testimony. You're welcome to stay with us. There may be other questions that come up later. But yes, at this time we can now move to Ms. Kintigua, the director for the Rota Health Center. You have the floor now, ma'am.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation and a lot of time to speak and share insights on the medical referral program of the CNMI, most especially on Rota. For the record, my name is Vanessa Kirwa, and I am the resident director of Rota Health Center, CHCC, and I have been in this capacity for 6 years now. As we all probably know, Rota residents have no hospital access on the island. All patients are referred to the Seoul CNMI Hospital through CHCC's Inter-Island Medical Referral. Once in Saipan, the Rota Medical Referral or LACEN office provides ground transportation and housing accommodation, as what the mayor had mentioned earlier. Due to the high volume of referrals, the Rota municipality is greatly challenged financially, most especially with providing housing for all patients and money for their meals. This is also a barrier that Rota residents have to live with. Many times, patients don't bother to go to their appointments, even if referred, due to this hardship. Medical referral to and from Saipan is very costly for Rota Health Center and the Rota municipality. Please allow me to provide the types of patient referrals or transports that are being processed at Rota Health Center. There are 3 types. There's off-island, inter-island, and medivacs, which is medical evacuations. Off-island medical referral is when patient referrals are outside of the CNMI, such as Guam, Philippines, or the U.S. mainland. Complex medical cases that cannot be managed in the CNMI may be referred to a facility outside of the CNMI for care. Most of the off-island referrals are to Guam, Philippines, and U.S. mainland, dependent upon the clinical nature of the referral and health insurance coverage of our patients. The burden of chronic diseases, including complications associated with diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and cancer, is evident within the medical referral process. A total of 40 off-island medical referrals were successfully processed in 2020 here in Rota. Over 50% were for care related to cardiology, urology, and radiology, due in part to the lack of medical specialists within the CNMI. In all cases, the Rota Health Center primary care provider recommends for the patient to be seen by an off-island specialist, and all forms or applications are prepared by the Rota Health Center medical referral assistant, which is stationed at the clinic. The referral package is then forwarded to the CNMI medical referral program in Saipan. The referral committee reviews and provides their recommendations or approval, and then the patient is assigned to a caseworker who arranges all appointments and communicates directly with the patient from Saipan to Rota. There are some instances where managing patient referrals is challenging when being done off-site, island to island, so the Rota Health Center medical referral assistant usually steps in to ensure that the referral is completed, and this is for the off-island medical referral. As for the inter-island medical referral, the patient is referred to Saipan, to CHC, and any other private clinics such as MEI, or the Sleep Center, or Heart Eye Clinic. There are 3 types. I have broken down the 3 types of inter-island referral, which are very common here coming from Rota. One is the appointments, the other is the short term, and the last one is the long term. For appointments, compared to residents of Saipan, there are many more barriers to health services, stemming from the lower availability of services, the hardship of travel to and from Saipan, and other factors. Majority of the inter-island referrals are for regular appointments at CHC, where patients meet with specialists or receive specific health service that is not available at Rota Health Center. A total of 565 inter-island medical referrals were successfully processed in 2020 for patients. The reasons for patients' inter-island referrals are for ER visits, radiology, CT, echo, mammogram, physical therapy, OBGYN, oncology, surgeries or consultations, orthopedics, ophthalmology, psychiatric, colonoscopy, and renal, which these are services that are not available at the clinic. For the short-term inter-island medical referral, these are for deliveries and chemotherapies. Since 2015, all pregnant females, 36 weeks or sooner, depending on their health conditions, are referred to the Saipan Hospital. Most expectant mothers have to temporarily reside in Saipan for about a month and a half, which is a financial burden to families and the Rota municipality. RHC's labor and delivery suite is not fully equipped, and risk of delivering a baby in Rota is greater compared to Saipan should an emergency arise. RHC does not have a blood bank or an intensive care unit. And the last inter-island referral would be the long-term, such as those patients who are on dialysis and other long-term treatments. 11 dialysis patients, like what the mayor had mentioned, are currently residing in Saipan because the treatment service is not available in Rota. The other type of referral is the medical evacuations. These are emergency and life-saving patient transports to CHC or Guam after exhausting all the resources in the CNMI. These are for the Guam Medivac. Medical evacuations to Saipan usually cost more when a plane needs to be chartered to transport the patient to the CHCC's hospital. The medical provider at RHC determines the need to send the patient to a hospital due to the facility's inadequacies and or patient's critical health issues. During medical evacuations, the patient, a flight nurse or physician, and a family escort will be transported to Saipan. If a charter is not available, the U.S. Coast Guard on Guam will be requested via CNMI Homeland Security and Emergency Management Office. Our 2020 data has shown that for inter-island medical referral patients, there were 565 patients that were sent. For the medical medevac and medical evacuations, 38 patients. Family escorts, 167. Medical escorts, 8, which is a total of 778 people that were sent in 2020. For the off-island referral, which is a lower number, patients are at 40, family escorts 31, medical escorts 1, which is a total of 72. The realities and hardships of our medical referral program is a result of little to no funding. All patient transports are necessary due to healthcare service limitations on the island. Patients, RHC, and the Rota municipality are all financially challenged to keep the program running. How do we overcome these challenges? After analyzing data from 2020's inter-island medical referral and with the guidance of Dr. Conan and approval of Dr. Tadella and CEO Munya, RHC has implemented a 2021 specialist outreach clinic schedule where specialists from CHC are scheduled to be at Rota Health Center to see patients. The specialists and dates were outlined and advertised within our community. Through this way, specialists are available on island and it helps decrease inter-island medical referral costs. CHCC also has policies in place for inter-island medical referral, which is 3159 for non-emergency intra-CNMI medical referral, which was revised in 2021, and 3158, which is the inter-island emergency medical evacuation, which is revised in 2018. The recent revision of 3159, which is the non-emergency, includes an upgraded management and monitoring system to account for all patient referrals, collection of co-payments for airfare and hotel from patients, which have not started yet due to the pandemic, and accountability guidance and measures to prevent any sort of program abuse by patients and better tracking system by the inter-island medical referral staff. The CHCC's travel office pays for the airfare and hotel of patients referred from Rota, and the respective mayor's office pays for the long-term housing and subsistence expenses for the patient and escort. The patient is responsible for the medical expense for the referral. Meal stipends are provided when funding is available. As for the dialysis, there is some planning underway for a proposal to expand peritoneal dialysis opportunities to Rota, which is lower burden cost-wise, and the provider is subject to different standards, since hemo still seems to be a non-starter due to cost and operational barriers. Some of the recommendations: to provide funding to RTCCC to support the Inter-Island Medical Referral Program and specialist outreach clinics, and the Rota Medical Referral Liaison Office. Housing for long-term referral patients need to be assessed and upgraded to accommodate present needs. Recent regular charters to Saipan are as a result of the limited SMA seats or flights to Saipan. We only have 3 flights per day, and at times when we have to send a patient, there are no seats available, so we end up having to charter the flights. So would it be possible to work with SMA to set a patient transfer charter fee rather than the full rate fee of a charter at, I think, $1,000? Invest in improving healthcare services on Rota or in the CNMI to reduce medical referral costs, such as access to telehealth, which is what we have been exploring, such as teledentistry, telepsych, and telepharmacy. I hope that you're able to gain important information from this presentation and consider the need to financially support the core expenses of the medical referral programs. Once again, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Kitsugwa. Are there questions at this time for either Director or for the Mayor? Representative Mendoza.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, RD. Thank you, Chris. The question is more on the 565 Inter-Island. Do you have the breakdown as to what types of referrals, what types of illnesses are these make up this 565? And is that how you're going to determine which specialists to bring down, or? Yeah.
We do have the breakdown, and actually with the ones that I presented, of the top highest are for ER, radiology, CT, echo, mammogram. So I just pulled out the top referrals, but in total, it comes in variety, so in total it's 565. But I don't have the numbers right now, but I can provide that to you.
The reason I ask is because even, I don't think that, did you mention physical therapy?
Yes.
Something like that, where it takes a long time, sometimes they're there for 6 months.
Yes.
That's 6 months of hotel versus sending somebody down.
Yes.
The next question I had, and I don't think it really deals with medical referral, but it deals with access to medical care. And I bring this up because it was just brought up as a request asked during this public hearing, and that pertains to medication. I've been getting recent inquiries about having to wait for an order rather than the clinic here carrying sufficient, an excess supply so that patients can get their refill right away rather than having to wait. Is that something that changed?
There's a recent change in pharmacy. So I believe it was about two years ago that we have added outpatient pharmacy to Rota Health Center. So we used to only have inpatient pharmacy, which that is only for prescription that is provided during the clinic visit. But now you can get your full medication or refills under the outpatient pharmacy. So So as part of the outpatient pharmacy process, they would have to request from their provider, and then that request would get sent to Saipan through telepharmacy, and then medication, if we don't have them on stock, then they would have to send them from Saipan, and it's scheduled on Tuesdays and Thursdays to arrive on Rota. So part of I guess maybe that we've been doing with our patients is to educate and to inform, to come into the clinic in advance so that they can request for their refills in advance, so that it's not something that is last minute and the shipment of the medication is, on a different day, or Tuesday or Thursday. So that's a result of the outpatient pharmacy addition to the Rota Health Center's services.
Okay, thank you for that. One of the questions I had was off the 565 that were referred inter-island. Do you know what that cost came out to?
Yes, I was supposed to put that together, but I don't have enough time to give you the report. I would have to ask that from our CFO. I can get that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Williams. And I think Representative Atta, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kipua and Mayor. Thank you for being here this afternoon. In line with the medication, do you have a dedicated staff that handles the medications, and how many patients are on the island is in need of certain medications, so that it's an intertransaction between CHCC's outpatient pharmacy and Rota's outpatient pharmacy?
So we have a pharmacy intern and a pharmacy assistant on the floor during outpatient clinic hours. With the process, the pharmacy intern would have to go live with our pharmacist at the outpatient pharmacy before dispensing. So that's also part of the implementation of telepharmacy with the outpatient pharmacy medication dispensing. So we have two on site, and then we also have telepharmacy pharmacists online.
And so with that, usually medications prescribed for a month's worth of medication. And logically speaking, if the patient is a continuing patient taking the same type of medication that before high blood pressure or diabetes, we already know that they're going to be receiving a monthly dose of that medication. I know being a patient, sometimes you forget, or family members forget about their medication. That you mentioned that medication is brought out every Tuesday and Thursday, and there's certain types of sicknesses that are dependent on the medication, and missing a day might be detrimental to that individual. So if there's a dedicated staff that actually monitors the monthly prescription of patients here on Rota, let me say that because it's a smaller population, but it's also not fair to dedicate just one staff to that specific issue. But if we're dependent on getting medicine here, and it's only on those 2 days, imagine if the person got out of medication on a Thursday, and you wait for the following Tuesday, and missing medication for heart and for diabetes, that can be very detrimental, and that could be associated to more costs than the whole program. And there's persistence of housing and transportation and allowances. So maybe that's something to consider, or maybe that's something you should bring up to CHCC themselves, the main office, so that there's a dedication from their end also to make sure that the prescription medication gets to Rota 2 days, 3 days, or 5 days before the end of the prescription or before the end of the prescription, provided that not when nobody passes away during that process. So also with that, maybe just on the medical referral portion, what's the average cost? I know that health is very difficult to determine the cost. A good year, 500, and a bad year, you can have 1,500. So
so associated with cost of rental referrals are difficult, it's always a moving target. But with this pandemic, it also allows us to see, to calculate how much we've saved without sending people beyond, I guess, site-plan, right? Because of the closure of a lot of the orders, they're receiving entities like the Philippines or points to the U.S. mainland or Hawaii, Guam. So maybe that's something we can at least calculate for now and base that for the future. We're always going to need medical for this. Let's not get ourselves. We don't have the population in the season line to have specific professionals dedicated to certain types of sicknesses. We just don't have the population, so we're still going to be relying to off-item medical. So that maybe we can use these numbers of 2020 to determine how we can better ourselves financially and save us from it. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Congressman, that's correct. Thank you for that. And that's really why I mentioned during the Ways and Means Committee meeting that we plan to bring back our patients to work. We have the facility here now. All we have to do is hire a doctor, a nurse, and what have you. And the question that the Chairman Logan was asking me about the cost, I will provide that next week. So, like I said, there's no, a patient is better, they feel better at home. So, I guess this is an opportunity under the ARP to look into that possibility. Because there's no place like home.
Absolutely agree. Sorry, you mentioned the dialysis center. Has the Catholic community center reached out to CHCC Rota? It was through a grant that allowed them to open some sort of a pharmacy and not as a clinic in Camden. But this clinic is more equipped than, I believe, the Rota Health Center and the Kidney Health Center. And this is all through a grant that they run. What I know is they've reached out to Tinian and they were talking about reaching out to the Rota. That's why I asked if they've reached out to you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe Director, if those were ever presented to you guys. Maybe that's something we can do.
Is this pertaining to the federally qualified health center?
Yes.
I did join Vince at one time in applying. And the second attempt that I tried to submit an application for Rota Health Center, we did not get the grant, and this is for the new access point. It's, I think, only offered every 2 years, or whenever funding is available. And we are now, as CHCC, applying for the lookalike under the FQHC. And that application will be submitted for Rota Health Center, Tina Health Center, and FCC.
Thank you. Thank you. On the CDBGDR, the CHCC or the administration of the municipality of Rota request for funding for CHCC Rota, maybe a local clinic
That was included in CHCC's request for a mobile clinic for Rota. We do have one on the island, but that was more of like a loaner that was given to us from Saipan and transferred to Rota. But I know it was included as part of the CDBG application that was submitted from CHCC for a mobile clinic.
Well, that's good news. At least we know that CHCC is looking out for Rota outside of just the main office. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other questions from the members? Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Kiswa,
for your testimony and really providing a very comprehensive just outlook on the healthcare situation here in Rota that many of us are not aware of and still learning about. So that is very much appreciated. You did mention all the patients who have to travel off island or inter island for services. Just giving us an idea of what type of services are not available here at the Rota Health Center. So what services are available?
So Rota Health Center actually now has an outpatient clinic, so it's more of a primary care clinic where they see their providers. We do have a clear wave lab. We have an outpatient pharmacy and inpatient pharmacy. We also have radiology with X-ray and ultrasound services, and we do have the inter-island medical referral. We have an ER area for stabilizing, for trauma, and for making sure that we are stabilizing patients before we send them out for critical care in Saipan or Guam. So other than the ER, our main priority at the outpatient clinic is primary care and making sure that our patients are followed up with their health regularly, rather than, I'm not encouraging urgent care or ER situations.
Thank you. How about eye care and dental?
Ophthalmology we don't have, dental we do. And for dental, we only have the dentists come over with their team for 3 days every month. Aside from that, we also do school sealant programs, fluoride varnish for our children, and they also do outreach to Head Start students. The only thing is that we only have 2 dentists in the CNMI, which they have to take turns coming into Rota and Tinian. So they are scheduled to be here 3 days every month.
Wow, thank you very much. It seems like because of the available resources or lack thereof, outreach and public education on prevention and healthcare is paramount. Is that something that you work on or collaborate with other offices on?
Local offices or within CHCC?
Both.
Both. Okay, so most of the services such as public health, now MICA, and family planning and other programs are part of Rota Health Center services, which are supposed to be embedded into the primary care plans or treatments by the primary care providers. So those services are available in the clinic. We also do some outreach when available, but since COVID, we were mainly focused on getting vaccinations throughout the island, and also any swabbing testing that we can already do at the clinic. So outreach so far has been more of the COVID missions or operations that we've been doing.
I see. Thank you very much. This morning, Rep. Staffler and I, we got the opportunity to visit the Omelet Farm, and Mayor, we'd just like to really recognize you, your staff, the Women's Affairs Office for, my goodness, all of their efforts in revitalizing that area that really has so much history and cultural knowledge that we saw them passing on to our youth. So while we were there, students came out to visit the farm and learn about our local medicine, right? Plants that we can use to really heal ourselves. So what is the Rota Health Center's, I guess, thoughts around that type of holistic healing or alternative healing? Is that something that you support?
Personally, yes. I have not fully introduced the project with the second almond to our staff yet. It's fairly new. I was not there to, for the opening, but we will eventually get into that. And as a local, I do believe, and it's part of our culture, to embed that as part of our lifestyle on the island. So that is important, and we will eventually get there with our staff.
Thank you. My last question is in regards to the structure that Rota Health Center has with our CHCC on Saipan, or the headquarters. How often, can you just describe like the relationship? How often do you communicate your needs to Madam CEO, Esther Munya? How are they just made aware and updated on the needs of Rota, the community, and your facilities?
Rota Health Center under CHCC is, we communicate daily. I mean, all requests, communication, transactions are CHCC bound. The clinic is overseen by our Deputy Medical Chief, Dr. Bonin, as well as Dr. Tidela. Providers are also in tune with what's going on in Saipan. Services, programs are available, are expanded to Rota Health Center, and I communicate on the daily basis with the CEO and any other leadership in Saipan.
Thank you. That's very reassuring to hear, as we know that our great staff at CCC, and the leadership team they're so supportive of an overall improvement of the healthcare system in the CNMI. And so I think part of our goal here, just being on Rota and making our way to our neighboring islands of Tinian, right, is to really promote interconnectedness amongst the islands and ensure that we are properly supported and we properly communicate our needs and resources to bring us all forward together. So thank you for making time to be with us today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Bata. And any other questions from members for our witnesses? I do have a few more questions. Vice Chair or Vice Speaker Atta was earlier asking about the COVID numbers, or the data from 2020 that you provided. And I was wondering, what do the referral numbers look like pre-COVID? Can you give us a picture of that? And then, are you seeing any changes with the introduction of these visiting specialists? Now that they're coming on a more regular basis, are you seeing any impact on the referral numbers at this point?
Pre-COVID, I believe we have more numbers of referrals, and at that time, sometimes it's harder to manage and document because we haven't been really looking into the data. So 2019, 2020 is when we first started to look at really and track. So it has been consistently in the 500s. I know 2018, I believe, was 570. And then 2020 came up to 565, 556. And then now with the specialists coming almost every week or every other week as scheduled, that has decreased our referrals. So that has been doing really well so far.
And that just started this year?
This year. And we have Dr. Shet, podiatry. We have Dr. Brett coming in for oncology. ENT, we also have PT that's soon to come, and we just have Dr. Austin also this week. So we've been getting fair share of specialists coming over and see an average of 10 to 15 patients at their visits.
Okay, that's remarkable. I saw the poster outside actually with the schedule of the visiting specialists, and then similarly for telehealth. So you mentioned telepharmacy is being provided at this time. Are there other telehealth services that are available, and are you seeing an impact on referrals either island or off island?
The most that I've seen so far is telepsych. So that we have been able to explore and try it on with some of our patients. For telepsych, some of our patients don't have to come to the clinic. They can actually
be at the comfort of their homes, and they can communicate and see their providers over their phones, which is very convenient for most patients. We do some telehealth, which is specialists on the Zoom platform, or I think it was Doxy.me or some platform that we have been using. And that also works for our providers for telehealth with specialists inside them.
Yeah, if you could provide that pre-COVID data and then, any other insights you can share about how the expansion of on-island services, whether through telehealth or through these visiting specialists, what impact that has had on referrals. And then just to clarify, so CHCC, other than the cost that the mayor mentioned for facilities and ground transportation, CHCC absorbs the rest of the cost for inter-island referrals and medevac, is that correct?
Airline, hotel now, and medevac charters.
And could you give us a picture of what the health insurance coverage looks like on Rota? Because for some insurance providers and Medicaid particularly will cover these off-island referrals, right? As well as inter-island referrals. So what does coverage look like here, and how much of these other costs are being absorbed by either CHCC or the municipality?
For now, we're seeing more of the pandemic, which is the presumptive eligibility, more common, and they're taking advantage of the healthcare services that are available. We also see higher numbers in Medicaid and Aetna insurance.
And even before presumptive eligibility before the pandemic, so there's a pretty high rate of
Medicaid and Aetna.
who has it. Okay. And then going to the mayor's concerns about the dialysis patients on Saipan, you mentioned these kind of long-term plans, it sounds like, for peritoneal dialysis, which would make it possible, right, for home dialysis. And Vice Chair Staffler and I just signed a letter of support for a number of CHCC's proposals for infrastructure funding, federal infrastructure funding, including peritoneal dialysis. And I was wondering if you could just speak a little bit more about that, and is there any kind of timeline that CHCC is looking at? How soon could this be a service available to Rota residents so that they don't have to live on Saipan for dialysis?
I don't have the full information on that. All I know is it was out as a survey to the community, and then it was also a plan that was being offered to Rota and Tinian. So I don't have the full report on that or information.
A little early, right?
Yes.
The submission was just made last
Yes.
week, so, okay. And then I was really surprised to hear that all pregnant women have to go to Saipan for a month. And so no deliveries are done here in Rota. How long has that been the case?
Since 2015.
And prior to 2015, there was an ICU unit or an ICU and a blood bank, or it was
No.
just risky deliveries happening?
Deliveries were happening, and then there was I guess maybe providers' realization at that time in 2015, and they just did not want to have the babies born here due to no blood bank, or if anything happens, then we don't have the capacity at the facility. So it is a risk, and we don't want to take that risk.
But yeah, I think your point earlier about what a burden this is for the women and their families.
Yes.
To have to go to Saipan for that extended period. That's a lot. Okay, and then I guess my last question is really for the mayor. So Director Kittigwa went through a number of recommendations about how we could reform the medical referral program, both inter-island and off-island. And you mentioned a few ideas, particularly your concerns about dialysis, bringing people back here, and then appropriating more funding to assist the municipality with these costs. But I was wondering if you also might have other ideas about how we can reform this program and streamline these costs and also improve services and on-island care as well for the people of Rota. If you want to just elaborate on that a little more and think that would be helpful.
Well, the idea of bringing dialysis here is very new. Well, actually, it's not new. We've discussed it sometimes, but to seriously discuss it, I think it's time for us to sit down and talk about it. Since we are seeing potential funding on the horizon, such as the ARP. So we would figure those out once we actually, when I say we, the leadership, and I hope one day soon we'll get together. But you know, the people who are suffering, and that's why it's very critical that we really sit down and discuss the issue. But like I said, this is raw, and I hope that we can discuss this anytime very soon.
Thank you for that. And Director Kitsuga, did you have any closing statements?
No, thank you.
And with that, thank you to both of our invited witnesses, Mayor Antelik, Director Kitsuga. You're welcome to stay and listen to any public comments, but we do appreciate your presence, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming back twice today.
Thank you to all of you, and welcome to thank you.
Okay. And at this time in our agenda, we now will open the floor to public comments. This is for anyone who wishes to make oral or written statements. Now is the time. We do ask that you limit oral comments to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon and welcome to Rota. My name is Carmen. I heard Ms. Vanessa mention about the new policy on medical referral, and she said that policy is already approved, but because of pandemic, that they put on hold. So I would like to ask this body, are you aware of that new policy that CSC has in place? Because I believe it's a new reform. But however, that if that policy would affect more in the referral patient and their family, then I ask this body to look at it and consider maybe giving more money to medical referral, so that will lessen the hardship, the anxiety, the stress of the patient and their family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosita A. Rota, and I thank you for coming to help us improve the medical referral program. What I'm aware right now is that it's not a perfect program, and even if we were to have some improvement, it is going to be an ongoing work. One of the things that I recommend, because as it is now, the way it's formed, there is a guideline with respect to income bracket. Who qualifies for a full medical referral and who doesn't qualify. One big example that I have an experience of a family member is that because exceeding the income bracket by a few dollars, he's only entitled to one-way ticket referral to Guam, but he is on his own to come back home. So I think that the government should look at that, because I think we don't want to be stuck in Guam or even Philippines if that's the case. I would ask that part of the income bracket be thoroughly be reviewed. And with the new policy that is being in place but not effective, I think it's even going to be worse, because the minute you fly,
you have to sign something and that you are willing to pay so much and so much. And if you don't have the money, you might not get treated, or you will wait until you have the money. So we all need to survive. The government needs to survive, and the people more so needs to survive. So I ask for your kindness to really review what is in place before and now and make the recommendation. But also I'd like to incorporate that we have 2 physician assistants here, if not mistaken, and MD. She's nodding, Vanessa's nodding yes. There's a certain policy with medical referral for off-island that they only meet once a week. And if you miss the boat, you got sick on a Thursday, and they already met on a Wednesday, then you have to wait until the following Wednesday to be reviewed whether you can go to Guam or elsewhere. I find it beyond my comprehension when we have the professionals here to determine whether that patient needs to fly to Guam directly and not go Saipan around and then down to Guam. Especially knowing that they don't have the specialist in Saipan like a urologist or a cardiologist for that matter, that they need to read your imaging or your whatever. So that I find it disturbing for only the medical referral committee to approve whether you can go or not. Can Rota Health Center doctors, in consultation with the doctors in Saipan, through teleconference or whatever, with all technology available, to approve and send directly to Guam, and not be paying more going to Saipan than going to Guam or elsewhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to recognize Senator Paul Magonian. Thank you for joining us, Senator. Are there any other comments from members of the public? The floor is now open.
Thank you very much to all of you for coming down to Rota. We really appreciate it. Normally I can go look up all of you guys in your offices and talk to you, but I think I need to bring this up in this forum. People are listening and I want them to know a little bit of the situation here. I just want to say that if you look at Public Law 15-61, that's the law creating CHCC, it is very clear that Inner Island Medical Referral falls under CHCC. And I keep telling committees after committees over the years about that because they seem to not understand that. But if you look at the purpose of CHC, it says there specifically that, just give me a second, I can read, quote the law, part of the law. It says, there is hereby established in the Commonwealth a Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. And then on section B it says, the corporation shall assume the function and duties of 1, 2, 3, and number 4, it says Inter-Island Medical Referral Services. So it appears that CHCC interprets Inter-Island Medical Referral Services to mean only airfare from Rota to Saipan. Okay, so I just want the committee to appreciate that our legal counsel is here, right? So you asked the question to Imelda and the mayor, what the local government incurring, right? Let me say that Inter-Island Medical Referral Services should include stipend, right? I mean, if you send somebody from Saipan to Guam or to the mainland or to the Philippines, of course you give the patient stipend, and when we have more money, we also include the escort. But from Rota to Saipan, they don't give now, personally. And when they do, it's coming from local funding from the casino, right? And we all know the story about the casino license fee. So it doesn't look good in the future for our patients here on inter-island medical referral, because CACC doesn't give them, or the medical referral doesn't give them stipend, only if they go to Guam. Because Guam is not considered inter-island scope off-island medical referral. And that's why Ms. Zuzu here is correct. If you take 1 week to decide the medical referral, they'll probably send you to Saipan if you pressure them, because the doctor here probably will send you to Saipan tomorrow, but when in fact you probably need to go to Guam, right? Go directly to Guam than to go to Saipan and then Guam, and that could be the effect of not having a prompt decision, right? But let me go back to the question of expenditure. So the delegation from this local money from the casino license fee, we give, it's not CSCC that pays for that. They stand to be corrected. It's the delegation. We give money to CHCC for the hotels, right? So then they put them in the hotel. Maybe the airfare, they do cover that, but at times we supplement the airfare from local appropriation. And so I just want to point that out, the public law and the expenditures that we are incurring here. And inter-island medical referral, by the way, should include dialysis patients, because we don't have the dialysis units here. And so we have to send them off island. They would much rather stay here with their families and attend to their farms, in the evening, right? So they have to be displaced. As far as expenditure, again, let me say that the operation, the ground operation, transportation, and the medical referral guest houses, we have two, one in Vinasisu and one just above the hospital there. Those are all under local appropriation. Sometimes they're in the budget under the personnel district. Many times we supplement that through, throughout the year. That's again from local money that we could use for other programs. And on top of all of this, we also give medical subsistence, not the stipend, medical subsistence. We're working on the board on how to do that so that the delegation can be taken out of that on approving who is qualified for this, but we're going to be passing a law to give a board or something so that politics stay out of that. So I just want to point that out. The other thing, as far as expenditure, do you know that if you're from Rota and you go down to the hospital and you get your blood work, I don't know if you know, but they charge you just like a resident from Saipan, but then they say pay an additional fee because we need to send on Star Marianas the blood work. So what did the delegation do? They put in 50,000 maybe to cover that, but if you don't appropriate, then following year the people here would have to be charged just like you guys, but another $15, $20 because they have to ship it up to Saipan, right, at the laboratory to be tested. And then I just found out this out 2 weeks ago. If you go to the hospital and you pick up your medication, they charge you just like us. They charge you the same amount. But then they tell me, oh, but you have to pay another $10 or $15 because, the shipping cost. They have to ship it from Saipan. I think that's wrong, and I think we're going to try to, in the next appropriation, put some money for that. But again, this is something that we need to, the committee really needs to look at that. The other thing, if inter-island, right, if you go up to CACC, you just go by yourself, right? You don't need an escort. You just go up to your hospital. Us, if we have to seek treatment for something we don't have here, we have to bring an escort with us. And that escort have to apply for a leave, sometimes 1 week. Those are costs that you don't normally think it's there, but if I have to bring my wife or my brother, right, or my sister, they have to take a leave of absence and they don't get paid. They have to apply for a leave. I just want to point that out. And you asked the question to the mayor about the dialysis facility. That dialysis has been in the planning since 2003. We put up more than $1.5 million, and then almost another $1 million 4 or 5 years later, and then even after that, imagine, Public Works gave it to professional engineers and architects to do the design. And then, lo and behold, nephrologists come to tell us that, there are these mistakes, this thing, this and this, and Public Works doesn't want to go and check those engineers and make them accountable for their design. But okay, so we're moving on. But there's more than $2 million facility. If you have the time, go there. It's on the right side as you look down to the hospital. It's done. But okay, we might need to do maybe another $500,000 maybe to fix it. We can do that. We told them we can do that because it's just CIP money, right? But I think the issue here for all of you, it's not the building, it's not the equipment. We can get that. They can get that tomorrow if they want. There's no will. If there's a will, there's a way. But you know why they don't? I think for me, you know why I don't think that they want to do it. Why do it? You already have the customers, right? You already have 11 customers going to Saipan, right? And they're paying a federal, Medicare, right? They're already paying the CCC, so why pay for a nephrologist and dietitian and the whole works, right? To have it here. But see, they don't realize that we have also patients other than the 11. They're in the US, they're in Guam, and they're not being counted because they're in Guam or in the US, right? So maybe those are not being counted. But more important also is, if we want to promote Rota, we need to say that if you are a dialysis patient and you're from Guam or from Japan or Korea, you can come to Rota and you can get your dialysis here, right? So that also benefits the tourists and the visitors that we have here, and most especially the families that have to be displaced to Saipan. So again, we spent more than $2 million. We can fix it up if they really want to put more people, if they want to hire two dietitian and you know, the nephrologist, that's the most expensive one, but as what somebody mentioned, telemedicine, right? You probably just have to put the nephrologist on Saipan and talk to the doctor here, train the doctor a little bit, and you don't have to hire another nephrologist. In Guam, every other village have a community dialysis center, right? And so with this federal money here and President Biden trying to provide more infrastructure money, I think now there's no excuse. But again, I repeat, it's not the amount of money for the building that's stopping CCC. It's they don't want to hire additional personnel, I think, and added cost. So that's something that the committee, I think, can help, and I think we can make it possible. Going to the big issue of the medical referral, I've always mentioned the biggest problem as far as the budget process for us, the lawmakers, is, you know, every year we pass a supposedly balanced budget, but we know that the medical referral expense is 20 million more and all that, but we just say it's balanced, and then later on we know that we have an overrun. That's something that we have to tackle and admit that it's 20 million, if it's 20 million, and then go from there. And I hope that this new leadership would seriously consider that, and that's a challenge. It's hard because you know, you have to balance it, but nonetheless we know that year after year the amount is 20 million, and I'm glad that you are looking into that, Madam Chair and the members, as to how we can cut costs and how we can run a more efficient medical referral program, and the whole works, how we can stop the abuses. That's a challenge for all of us, and I hope we can work together with the Senate. I have to say that I'm a minority in the Senate. I am not a member of not even one committee, and so I hope that sometimes when you have public hearings, you don't get tired of seeing me, because I really want to put in my 2 cents worth in trying to address the financial crisis we have in the CNMI. And as far as your House Bill 22-33, I think it's in the Senate. That's a very good bill. I think that we're going to ask for its placement in our calendar in the next session. I know the questions before us is, how can the speaker have 2 votes? The speaker don't have 2 votes, by the way. The speaker have only 1 vote. The other vote is you 20 saying, Mr. Speaker, there's a tie, take my vote. Take any one of our 20 votes and you decide. I think that's the real argument. And so it's not the speaker having 2 votes. So we're going to push for the passage of that bill. And as you can see, there's so much money that we can address, for example, to dialysis, to medical referral, to hospital equipment. And that's where we do need to come in because there's no local money, right? So that's why the legislature say federal money should be put in A, B, C, D. Sidu Swansi, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much. Senator, if you have a written statement that you can submit, please do so. You can send that by email if you have a written statement. And actually that goes for our earlier commenters. If you have a written statement, please feel free to submit that to the committee. Are there any other members of the community who wish to give public comments? Please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to Rota, distinguished members of this committee. This is one of these most, very important section in the legislature. It deals with the health and the safety of the people. That's our lives. That's human nature. I would like to echo what the Mayor Anthony was saying earlier, the importance about the dialysis center. I'm sorry, my name is Ignacio Mendiola. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Mendiola.
Yeah. So anyway, also I'd like to echo our good Senator Paul here, Chairman of the Rota delegation, echoing the need for the dialysis center. And he's right. The center has been sitting there collecting dust literally. And the thing about this is, I would highly recommend, because it's our moral obligation. It's a family thing. Okay? We're all human beings. So those people, those 11 people, residents of Rota, that have to live inside them just to, be treated at CSCC. I think what we need to do, Madam Chair, and I highly recommend that we encourage CSCC, put together a task force, a committee, to really find out what is the problem, what's the problem, why the Rota Dialysis Center is sitting down, why it's not operational. So I suggest that the medical experts in this specialist unit should be put together just to find out answers to this question. Why and what does it take to make it operational? Because I understand it's a very specialized unit and it takes specialized people, experts. The center itself, the facility, is very delicate. So we can finance the center. We can identify money, even the ARP. We have about $500 million that we can tap into thanks to Uncle Sam. But it's not forever. Okay? It's budgeted, federal money budgeted for us to utilize at a certain period of time. At a certain time, it's going to be exhausted. But what the mayor was saying, and what a good senator here, even our Rota delegation, chairman of the Ways and Means, we all view for our people. So again, I don't want to, continue repeating the show. I'm living here, but I put together a unit, a task force, to dedicate them to find out and how to make it work, how to revamp it, and have this facility work for the people of Rota, so that the medical help of these 11 dialysis people can be accommodated. So we can talk for days, we can plan for days, we all have this concern, we're all human beings. We're more than willing to give our moral support, but let's do that homework first. So I highly recommend that a committee be put together, the experts, find out, make that analysis. Would it be possible? Could it be operational for Rota? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mendiola. And the floor is now open for anyone else who wishes to make comments. So we can move now, with no objections, members, to our next item on the agenda, which is announcements. So for members of the public who wish to submit written comments after today's hearing, you may email my office at rep.sablanc@cnmileg.net or call 664-8829 for more information. Our next public hearing on the medical referral program will be on Tinian on May 10th at the courthouse, followed by May 21st on Saipan at the House Chamber. Both will also begin at 3:30 p.m. Are there any other announcements from the members? I know there's a town hall coming up at 6 o'clock with Senator Maglonia and Chairman Maglonia. So that is happening right here in this conference hall. And then tomorrow, budget hearings continue at 10 o'clock here as well. And then the natural resources hearing at 4 o'clock. So that's it for my announcements. Are there any others from the members? Okay. So at this time, may I have a motion to adjourn this public hearing?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of adjourning this public hearing on medical referral, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you to everyone.